You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Final segment here, as always, brought to you in part today on Tuesdays by our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and our friends at Bud Light. One big note coming out of Chapel Hill since we've been talking Drake May, big receiver, Tez Walker, Kent State transfer, 58 passes, 921 yards, 11 touchdowns last year. According to Brandon Marcello and others reporting this, if you ever wonder if the NCAA is through screwing people over, Tez Walker's waiver for immediate eligibility has been denied by the NCAA, so he is not eligible to play this year. He has to sit out a year at North Carolina. North Carolina is trying to appeal the decision. He was a Biletnikoff Award watch list guy, and the guy who's supposed to, with Drake May, maybe contend for the Biletnikoff Award, but right now he's ineligible, and they'll have to get him cleared to play. That'll be a big blow as they try to replace Josh Downs at North Carolina. They thought this kid could step up. He's one of the MAC guys. You kept talking about how you can go get good MAC receivers from the group of five every now and then. And that was one of the guys LT pointed out that he could play at the next level. Before you leave today, remember the replay starts in a second. Set your alerts, thumbs up and everything, but set the alerts because we have a lot of new programming that is coming your way. We announced the show yesterday, Brownie. That was...
it was our friend Zach Blackerby from the Locked on Auburn podcast and also Brad Law from the Auburn Network. They will be joining together to do 4 days a week, 25 to 30 minutes on the Auburn Tigers. It will be part of our YouTube offerings. We'll also put it up on our audio podcast. It will not be a live show. It'll be a pre-recorded show. And when it starts next Monday, we will give you more information on where you can find that, but we're excited about it.
Okay, so that starts next Monday.
Yeah.
So alerts for everything so you don't miss any of the programming this football season. Mike in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. When is the TNR kickoff party? Not this Thursday, but next Thursday. Next Thursday, 5 o'clock. Yes.
Bobby and John asking about cocktail hour. All our equipment was shipped to Ocean City, so no cocktail hour today, but... as a special bonus, what we're going to do is in between flights at the Charlotte airport, are we going to do an Ask Us
Anything? Yeah, assuming the Wi-Fi and our signal is good enough.
So we'll give that a shot. Final stat of the day. Here we go. Pre-pandemic, how many to-go orders or how many dine-in orders by percentage dined in at McDonald's?
I would go 38.5%.
Pre-pandemic?
Pre-pandemic.
I'd go 25%.
25% is on the nose. As of today, new research released by McDonald's, how many dine in?
5.6%.
I'd go 7%.
10% is it. Just 10% of the people dine in at McDonald's around the world. That's your stat of the day there.
I like drive-thrus better myself.
I do too.
I like DoorDash. Charge too much.
My neighbors get my DoorDash all the time. I have to walk around the corner
to your neighbor's place
and pick it up. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts. And remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we're live from the Residence Inn Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. First time in show history from any format we've ever been in. And also first time in the new format, Next Round, that we broadcast from the great state of Maryland. And not from the Atlantic coast, because we've done that at Miami in the Orange Bowl, but the first time up here in Maryland. So we check off another state for us on broadcasting from.
Oh, I forgot about that. Our 50 states and
Oh yeah, I remember we were going to do that in the first 2 years, right?
yeah.
Boy, we have
We came up a little short.
We're going to have to hustle, Lance.
Two years is next Wednesday.
Let's think about it. So we have broadcasts from Florida.
Yeah, Florida's a check.
Yep.
Alabama, obviously. Georgia, yes. Tennessee, yes.
Texas.
We haven't from Mississippi, ironically.
Yeah, I don't think we've done
No.
Mississippi. Yeah.
Yeah. Louisiana, yes.
Yes.
Texas, yes.
Okay.
California, yes.
When did we do Louisiana?
The Sugar Bowls.
We haven't had
Uh,
one since we were on this format.
Yeah, we're
Alabama,
talking about this format.
this format. Alabama's not been to a Sugar Bowl when we were in this format that we went to. They played
Yeah.
Kansas State last year. We didn't go.
Okay. All right. So no Louisiana yet. So
Yeah.
Mississippi, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Hell, we're not even good in the SEC.
I-
We're better in the Big
we're,
Ten.
we're behind expansion right
Yeah,
now.
I don't consider when we did that show in 2012 for Miami the Atlantic. I know it technically is the Atlantic, but that's like
Yeah.
the tip.
Well, technically,
All
that
right.
wasn't this format. I was just either one back show history.
I'm
Where
just-
all we broadcast.
I mean, we're up the coast.
we
Rock-
are up the coast,
Yeah.
but to tell you, just the atmosphere we're in. And again, we're at the beautiful Residence Inn Marriott, Ocean City. Is we're Bayside here, I assume.
Yep.
The ocean.
It's a safe assumption.
Hell,
So
I don't
if the
even know
bay's
where it
that
is.
way, where do you think the ocean might be, Jim?
That way.
Yep.
Okay, so the ocean's that
What's up? All right, we're in the back room now because we have some technical issues out there. Brown is currently working on that. Yeah, we knew this would happen. Hey, Tim. I'm John.
Does anybody know who I am, by the way?
Yeah, Tim Melton, everybody.
Hey.
Yeah? Huh?
This is not the way I wanted to debut, but thank you, Maryland, I guess.
It is a nice shot there, Jim. Sitting in Indian style, waving back at us with no audio. Lance kicked up. I do like the palm trees. Kind of wonder if it'd be too far back the way they did their shot. But I like having the palm trees in there, the water behind. What?
Is that?
I don't have headphones.
I know, but it's
Are they
fine.
back? Are they back? Okay. Anyway, I ran in here too fast. I didn't grab my headphones.
Right.
Anyway.
So
yeah.
I've bet my entire professional future on this venture, and I'm really happy that this is the way things are going.
So yeah, everybody saw the content up there. Glad that at least the guys made it up there safe and everything. And I know it's not quite the view Jim wanted from his room, but still a lovely shot right here.
It sounded like he was a little salty about the tennis courts, that was maybe not the best view that a room can have, but I have a feeling he'll get over it. But the Indian style approach that he is going with his legs today.
I don't see how Jim sits like that and like Lance sits with his leg up when he drives. I don't see how people do that. I feel like that's so uncomfortable, and I feel like they're talking trash right now. I don't know if they're back, but.
So it's us for the next
it's us for the next
3.5
hours.
54 minutes.
I'm so sorry. I guess I could have brought headphones in here so I could see if they ever came back or not.
fine.
But yeah, back room filling in. We thought this might happen here. Brown working diligently to get it all back going. And John Lunsford, Tim Melton, Rockstar, Tyler, Scott Forrester. Taylor's out in the social media command center.
I've only heard her referred to as the queen of content. Is that an accurate moniker?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, out there working hard, making sure to get all this content out there from us doing the show instead of them. But yeah, so what's going on? How's life?
Well,
how you liking things? You fitting in here?
I think I am. Things have been really great. Everyone's been really nice, and I'm thrilled to be here. Got a chance to watch them at the Charlotte airport last night, which was
always fun. Yeah.
I don't know what adjective I would use to describe that experience, but it was interesting. Turbulence inside of the airport is the way I would describe it.
Yeah, that was a good description of that last night. But yeah, fun. Ask us anything. That's the good thing about what we're doing now is we couldn't do all that before. We couldn't have the content. I
can only imagine the live chat right now is.
Yeah, I can't even see the live
very
chat
entertaining.
because we
I
have
can't
them
see
up
it. That's
right
the
now.
problem.
To take you behind the scenes, the way we have things set up in here, so we have all these TVs and everything, but we have one that we use for our chat and for any remote guests that we have also for our road shows as well. So I'm sure the chat's going off right now. I don't have the clock up. I don't know if that was up yesterday or if it wasn't up.
We should be more prepared for them to crash and burn on their end, especially after a segment debuted yesterday called Crash and Burn, right?
That's right. I forgot about that.
I'm not saying that it was we were playing with fire, but it certainly seems that way, folks.
Yeah, we were playing with fire. The sound effects that Tyler pulled up yesterday, you can just keep playing for what's going on right now. But I'll fix the clock. The clock's not currently working. I'll make sure it's back up for you, Jim, when you get back.
I've got a question for you, especially since their audio's not back. That is correct. Okay. The kickoff party.
Yes.
I have not been to a next round kickoff party. I'm not sure I've been legally able to attend a next round kickoff party, but this will be one in which I am in attendance, and I'm very excited to be a part of those festivities and very excited to meet everybody. Can you give me just sort of like a preview of what that experience is like, because it's taking place next Thursday?
It is next Thursday. I'm trying to pull a chat out here, so I do have the chat. Next Thursday at 5 o'clock at Walk-Ons in Hoover. The one over there by the Met. You get off right there, exit 10 on 459. And yeah, same place it was last year. And, it's a fun time. Come hang out with us. We'll all be there, hanging out, drinking Bud Light, having fun.
There's going to be swag involved, which is nice.
We're going to have some swag and come out and buy some stuff from us. If you've ever wanted to get your hands on a, next round t-shirt or a next round hat or something, you can come out there and get it. But yeah, we'll all be out there. I'll be out there. You'll be out there.
Yeah.
come hang out. Yeah.
I want to tell you what I watched last night other than the train wreck inside of the airport. Can I give you one more thing?
Did you watch Johnny Football?
I watched the Johnny Football documentary, and let me tell you, that is also a train wreck.
I hear Scott Forster makes an appearance in it.
Does Scott Forster make it? We can't hear Scott.
Yeah, I can't hear Scott if he's talking, but
it's unfortunate. Okay. I assume it's very intelligent, whatever he said.
Yeah, I'm in it
Good
for
point, Scott.
one of the little scrums.
There's, I think, parallels between what we're seeing maybe between people like Johnny Football and the fame in which he reached and like people in the country music world like Morgan Wallen right now or something. I feel like that they're similar figures just at different times.
yeah,
They're so talented, but the question is, are they going to be able to put away what fame brings to be able to continue to deliver excellent performances? And we know how Johnny Football's story has sort of wrapped up, his football version of his story. And let's just root for the man himself, I guess. But it's an incredible documentary.
You know, I've started in COVID, you know, the whole collector's game exploded with, you know, everybody sitting at home, I'm going to buy stuff and collect it. And I started collecting, like trading cards in that time, like football cards, baseball cards, even like Pokemon cards, all that kind of stuff. But I got a Johnny Football autograph card probably 2-3 months ago. And I remember getting it thinking, oh, Johnny Football, like, you know, for us, that's a big name, especially, you know, really he made his name on beating Alabama in that game.
I was in Tuscaloosa working for ESPN on that day.
You were.
Let me tell you, it was insane. It was an insane environment.
I was there. It was wild. And, you know, he exploded in that game. I remember him from that. That was his Heisman moment. He won the Heisman, but then never had a career after that. So when I opened that card, I'm thinking, is that worth anything? Because to me, I think that's worth something. I think, like, when I think Johnny Football, I think, man, that's a guy who had a good college career, even though he didn't have a good pro career. That's worth something to me, but it's not, you know, worth anything. When I actually look it up, that's such a name that could have been worth something, and it, you know, ended up not being hardly worth anything down the line. We remember him for that game and the train wreck, and that's it.
Yeah, and I kind of want to point out pro football fandom here, because the worst kept secret in the world, I don't know if you've made it public, but you are swapping NFL fandom for another franchise. Me and you, the only team we ever really shared that we both really root for is the Tennessee Titans. And you have now decided to abandon ship, and you are going and you are jumping somewhere else. Now, no one has asked you yet exactly where you're going to be putting your fandom. I'm not even pushing you to tell us right
Tyler,
here.
bring my backpack in here.
Oh, gosh. Is this an announcement time? Are we about to do
Might
this
as well do
right
it. We're
here?
trying to fill time, so.
They should go to Maryland more often. This is explosive. Oh, my gosh. Are we prepared for this? Anyway, I'm still a Titans fan.
So Jim mentioned like 2 weeks ago, hey, let's do this on the air and tomorrow, and that was forever
Well, we're doing
ago.
it now.
But
I
anyway,
guess
might as well. We're filling time here.
It's a Tim and John takeover.
Trying to wait and see what happens. So anyway, I am no longer a Tennessee Titans fan.
Taking the hat off?
Well, that's my Alabama hat, but I'm no longer a Tennessee Titans fan. I am now going to be a fan
Oh, my gosh.
of the San Francisco 49ers.
No.
I have been to more San Francisco 49ers games than any other NFL team. I went out to Levi's on my honeymoon. It was an incredible experience. Beat the Rams in that game, by the way, game-winning field goal. But, yeah, I like San Francisco. I've liked, you know, everything about the team. Now, I know when D'Amico was there, it would have been more, more fun for me to join that team with an Alabama person there. But, you know, they've had multiple quarterbacks last year, even though they had injuries. Brock Purdy came in, did a good job. Christian McCaffrey's out there now when healthy, you know, arguably one of the best running backs in the league. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to being a 49ers fan. And now 2 times a year I get to cheer against Lance. And, you know, they're a team that could potentially make the playoffs and make a little bit of a run.
I'm disappointed because this was the one thing that bonded us. We do have sort of a backup plan of a team that we will be rooting for together, though. In years to come, we may unveil that at a later time. Who knows? We may do it right here. But I'm sad to lose you as a Titans fan, and I believe that you should no longer be able to wear throwback Oilers stuff because you continue to do that, and it just taunts with me, and I don't like it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so San Francisco 49ers look good at NFC West out there, and yeah, we're still trying to work on getting them back. Brown's out there working diligently. We've restarted a few things and trying to get them back. You see Brown's butt right there, working hard on everything, and still don't have them back. I finally pulled the chat up, by the way. Let's see.
Oh, you got the chat?
I have the chat.
See, this could give us a lot of leeway.
Yeah, somebody mentioned hitting the sponsor spots. I have the log. I guess, I'm not going to sit there and do the reads. I can't do them as good as they can.
I like hearing about family crests. That's what gets me excited.
Can we get Jonathan headphones? No, it's more fun without headphones. Why did Brownie say the documentary on them leaving gets better with time? It gets better with time, number one, because we're building things here. Things are happening that we can continue to add to that. Number two, we are trying to make it good. Now, we joke about it not happening. We're obviously just joking because it's still very much in the works, and we very much want to make it try to happen. But yeah, so we're working on it. Trust us, it's going to happen eventually. But I think they're back now. I see Brown sitting down with his headset on, so we're going to throw it back out to Maryland.
Yeah, that was fun.
Brownie just did a wonderful job of bouncing around one last-minute audio glitch that happened that we didn't expect until we go live out here on the road. Not the same number of people that we had at SEC Media Days in Nashville when we were 8 deep up there. We're a 3-man crew, so Brown having to do the complete setup here. And Lunsford, man, has gotten so I can only hear bits and pieces. He's gotten so
Sarcastic?
Well, he just said, and he was such talks with such edge and sharpness about everything.
At the very end, he said they were obviously just kidding. So I don't know what was said leading up to that, but when he knew
we only got a piece of it.
When he knew we were reconnected, obviously we were just kidding about anything that might have been heard.
No, I heard him early on. He was criticizing your shot, saying, "I love the palm trees and everything. It's a little further back than I want, but." And I was like,
well, that's exactly what you said. Why are you getting on Lunsford?
Well, I'm just saying, I wouldn't say it on the air.
I think it's a good setup.
Thank you, Lance.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
And by the way, a little difficult to set up anywhere else because we have a structure right here, this fire pit.
Yeah.
That you can't move it.
You know what I love? People that don't do anything and they come into the last minute and say, "Oh God, that's the way we're doing it." Yeah, that's what I really love.
That's why I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, thank you, Lance. I appreciate you.
Either.
You're not complaining one bit.
I said, I did my job.
Yep.
Lunsford was also complaining about me sitting crisscross apples.
I did think that looked weird with your bare feet.
I can't. I'm 5'10" and a half. I don't reach it. But put your feet up. Both of you can do that.
Yeah.
Look, I would be doing what was that?
Pilates.
It was the football.
You pull your chair up, Jim.
We used to have to do the
the grab the grass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awful. Yeah.
And they'd count 1 all the way to 10 in Little League football.
Yeah, but your core is probably as strong as it's ever been after you got a tattoo, right?
My core is unbelievable. I could do this for 4 hours and never even strain it.
I saw the longest plank ever is 21 hours.
21 hours. Tell me more about that if you tell us about our friends at Chicken Cock.
Well, Chicken Cock is a great whiskey, and I'm going to try to locate someone where
Okay, hey, we're back. I ran into the studio real quick. Anyway, while Brown works on the audio issues again, we are going to throw it to break so we don't have to sit here and talk the whole time. So we'll be right back after this.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville. Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasperatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
Hey, back with you on The Next Round as we roll on poolside, bayside, oceanside in Ocean City, Maryland. Adam Rittenberg on the show coming up here momentarily. As soon as LT gets back in his seat, he's going to tell you about our friends at Chicken Cock one more time. We were talking about that as we lost connection in the first segment. Before you lather up there, buddy, tell us about Chicken Cock.
Yeah,
again.
Chicken Cock, fantastic whiskey. Pick some up, available at your local ABC store. If you're listening to us in Alabama, you've got two you can choose from, the bourbon, the rye. I've got both in my cabinet downstairs. We've got it behind the bar at Double Down Media. If you're looking for the other essentials, those are available. You can ask for them at your ABC store. They can order it for you. You can go to chickencockwhiskey.com for more information on that great product. But pick up a bottle today of Chicken Cock whiskey, bourbon, or rye.
Okay, again, if you're just with us, we're at Residence Inn Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland, for the 50th White Marlin Open. Over $10 million in prize money going on. This event's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You go out and fish 3 of the 5 days. You have to pick weather-wise and such when you want to go out. Monday was a good weather day. Today's a good weather day. Tomorrow is supposed to be a little rain, so maybe a big fishing day. 400 boats in it, including a team called Catch 23. Michael Jordan's boat is back in it this year. He's here in an angler hat. They fished on Monday. I don't know which other days they're going out, but 400 boats. And I'm going to try to make it over for the weigh-in later on this evening over at Harbor Island, wherever that is. Obviously, it's going to be near the harbor.
Yeah, the island that's close to the harbor, Harbor Island.
Yes.
He told me,
it's not far from here. I know.
Yeah, one of our hosts told me they were going to get us in a boat and get us over there.
Okay.
Coming up a little bit later on. So we'll be over there in a little bit.
Yeah.
Whenever the weigh-in is.
Yeah, that's the weigh-in. So I look forward to that. We'll have some content on that. Hopefully you had some content last night Are you just disrobing over
Yeah,
here? What's
Lance will
happening?
be naked by.
You've
by
got
hour
your
2.
feet out. I'm just
What?
putting block
I
on.
mean, you're just taking your socks off. You're
Yeah.
undressing on camera here.
I mean, it's like
You've got just socks on. You've got socks off. I'm just putting sunblock on.
Yeah, this is completely normal, Jim.
you're playing catch up with us here.
Completely normal.
As we jump into everything else that's going on, Adam Rittenberg, ESPN, in just a second. Our Hemphill headlines brought to you by the great folks at Hemphill Heating and Cooling and all of that. Tell us about that.
Yeah, for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, Hemphill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys, since 1954 are the name Birmingham has trusted. Hard to stop a train. Make sure you call the guys, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Hey, the lock won last night.
Dramatic fashion.
Lance'sLock.com. Astros with a 9th inning grand slam to beat the Orioles, local team here now, where we are.
Yeah, we're in Oriole country.
So we can't talk as bad about them as I've been talking about them, but apparently a pretty intense scene last night when the crowd started chanting, "Free Kevin Brown, free Kevin Brown," the broadcaster.
This guy's never been more popular, by the way. It's the best thing that could have ever happened to him.
And apparently he's not going to be back in the booth until August the 11th.
This is like, I'm telling you, man, the best thing that could have ever happened to Jason Aldean was that song, that terrible song he did to become super controversial. It'd been out forever, and then it became controversial. Well, of course, it went to #1 and sold a bunch of downloads and all that. This is the best thing that will ever happen to this guy. If you had put a gun to my head and said, "I'll only spare your life if you can tell me who does the Oriole games," I could not have guessed.
Never heard of him.
Kevin Brown. Have you ever watched him, Lance?
I watched him with the Marlins and the Dodgers, and was the Padres for a little bit. Great pitcher.
Yeah, Kevin Brown for me was the old pitcher.
I would say PEDs too. Just looking at him.
But this isn't him, by the way.
I know.
Yeah. This is
I could never
a broadcasting guy that doesn't look like he played the game.
I could have never picked this guy out of a police lineup, told you his name, anything like that until this happened. And I can promise you, there is very little this guy could do that would have the entire Camden Yards crowd cheering his name. And the owner took care of that for him. So, I mean, while you hate to go through, when you hate to go through, tough times and things like that and suspensions, this is the best thing that can ever happen to him. I mean, his profile is the highest it'll ever be.
And I think there's a lot of people, I know you don't believe in karma and jinxes and superstitions, but there's probably a lot of Oriole fans that are like,
I believe in the same principle, just by a different name.
Yeah. Okay. But they're probably like, oh my gosh, look what's happened. We suspend Kevin Brown. He shouldn't have been suspended. And this is one of those moments. Watch out. Like, as good as the Orioles are, when you lose a game like that to what is viewed Orioles' best record in the American League, second best record in baseball, but I think the team that is viewed as the team to beat right now in the American League is the Houston Astros, especially with the addition of Verlander. And when you hit a grand slam in the ninth, that game was over.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know what the win probability was, 99.9%. But when you lose a game like that, you just wonder if it carries over.
We are in Ocean City, Maryland. We are Bayside here at Ocean City, beautiful Ocean City. Gorgeous day here in the beautiful state of Maryland. Crab cakes and what are they?
Football.
Crab cakes and football.
Crab cakes and football. This is a Big Ten state. Adam Rittenberg is in Chicago, covers a lot of Big Ten and college football for ESPN. Let's bring him in now with the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Adam, what is up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
We're doing awesome. Can you, and this might be a difficult question to answer because I doubt there's a consensus opinion, but you're around a lot of Big Ten athletics directors, coaches, people in the Big Ten office. Is there any way you could characterize the mood of the Big Ten over the last 2 weeks with all that has happened on their landscape?
Yeah, I don't know if there's like one word for it, but this certainly feels different than the USC and UCLA expansion, although there certainly was some element of surprise there. That was a much longer process that was more secretive, that the Big Ten, ultimately you kind of initiated part of it at the end, whereas this seemed a little bit more reactive to the environment. Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti at Media Days was pretty clear with me in saying, we're not looking at adding other schools. We're focused on UCLA and USC, and my job is to inform the presidents of what's happening in the landscape. And that was the same day that Colorado ended up making the move to the Big 12. But still, I really think what happened here is the Pac-12 presented a media rights deal that was unsatisfactory to some of its presidents, and presidents talk and media companies talk. And I think once it became clear that the Big Ten could add Washington and Oregon for a major discount and not hurt their members financially at all, at least from a revenue distribution perspective, it's became a more intriguing idea. And so it basically happened over a 72-hour span from the Big Ten presidents starting to look at this to actually adding Washington and Oregon. But still, I would say there's a mood of reluctance. There's a mood of, did they rush into this? It's not the celebration that usually accompanies an expansion.
Yeah, I think this was really surprising. And Washington and Oregon, obviously, they panicked. You talked about that television deal. Was this a situation, and you said a discounted price, were Washington and Oregon basically begging the Big Ten to get in?
Well, I think they certainly, were welcoming the idea of it. When they saw what was the future, at least the immediate future, in the Pac-12. I mean, consider that they both entered the Big Ten essentially getting half of what UCLA is getting. UCLA in football, at least, hasn't come close to what Washington and Oregon have done in football over the last 10, 15 years or even longer. And they're getting a full share, whereas Washington and Oregon are getting a half share. So that's that kind of shows you where Washington and Oregon were in the end, and why they ultimately felt this is the move they had to make, even though certainly painful to leave a conference that you've been part of for so many years.
ESPN's Adam Rittenberg is with us. Yesterday, Greg Sankey was on the SEC network with Paul Feinbaum, and he was talking about, the sadness of losing the Pac-12, but the conversation turned to the future of the 12-team college football playoff. Adam, we haven't even played the first year of the 12-team college football playoff, and there may be a need to rethink it, redesign it. Are you starting to hear some growing desire maybe to look at that format now that one of the major conferences will not be there when we go to 12 teams?
Right. Yeah, I think you have to make an adjustment. Now, I don't think it's a major adjustment. I think what you do is if the Pac-12 is indeed not viable, you could just go to a 6-6 model, which is, the 6 highest rated conference champions and 6 at-larges, or a 5-7 model, keeping the automatic berths for the Big Ten, SEC, ACC, Big 12, one for, another conference, and then 7 at-larges. So I think that's probably the easy fix here. Doesn't need to be overthought tremendously, although I'm sure that will happen. Just this is how these people work. I don't think that they will ultimately settle on a 12 at-large format, basically for like it is now. It would be like it is right now, except it would be 12 teams instead of 4 teams. I don't sense that that's going to be where they land. I think they're going to have some type of conference champion incentive. That was a big part of the discussions the first time around. I can't imagine that's going to change this time around. So, I mean, there's going to be an adjustment, but again, this isn't something that is rocket science, and we'll see how long they actually take to get to the point where they make that decision.
Adam Rittenberg is with us from ESPN on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline as we continue from Ocean City, Maryland. I have an answer in mind. I'm curious if it matches yours. Who is the biggest loser in Big Ten expansion? What program do you think is would you say if I said a program that probably lost here, it would be who? That is still in the Big Ten. Obviously, Stanford, Cal, Oregon State, Washington State are the easy answers, but a Big Ten program that probably, if they were being honest, said, boy, I do not like this.
I mean, I know there was quite a lot of opposition from some of the more prominent programs in the league, but they're still the prominent programs. I'm curious your answer. I mean, you could certainly look at Maryland and Rutgers and the distance that they're going to have to travel out to Oregon and Washington, and the fact that they also didn't come in with full revenue shares. That it's taken them some time to get to a decent financial position in the conference. But who's your answer?
Well, so I would make an argument it is Wisconsin, because as bad as the West was, they were the best team in it, which led them to the conference championship game. I don't have it in front of me, Adam, but I would guess they were the team that most represented the West in the conference championship game. And expansion has
All right, I think the audio went down again up in Maryland, so we'll get that fixed and get you back out to them when we can. And Rocky's talking to.
Are we allowed to embrace that the technical issues are becoming very prevalent, or do we have to act like broadcast professionals?
We don't really act like professionals here.
Okay.
I don't guess. I have headphones now, so I can actually hear if Rocky or Scott says anything. But,
oh man.
But yeah, so Brown's working on that real quick to get everything back going up in Maryland. Thought for a second I actually said something. I was like, I'm gonna stay in here till 10 until to make sure they have a couple segments. And once I do that, it'll be great. Knock on wood, And then of course it goes out 5 seconds after that. But yeah, we'll get you back to Maryland when we can.
I've got access to the live chat, which is a lot more fun. Michael, beautiful day in the neighborhood, ain't it? Jeff, sometimes it's just time to concede and live to fight another day, put a position player on the mound and call it a day.
Let's not concede
Not
yet. It's only the first hour.
We've only been knocked down 3 times so far. We can still win this fight.
Oh, sorry. I thought Rocky was talking to us. He's talking back to them. But yeah, Brown's working on it, trying to get it all back going, and he has it back going.
Yep.
See, that was fast.
Well, yeah, it was fast. Do you guys agree that Wisconsin would be the biggest loser there? I bet Adam was giving an amazing.
Yeah, I would
answer
say
to that.
Wisconsin or Iowa. Iowa's had success in that.
They have,
West.
yeah, you're right. But I would say Wisconsin probably ran it more than anyone.
But moving forward, when you look at the pecking order, we talked about the tiering of the Big Ten. I mean, it's Ohio State, Michigan, USC. If you want to put Penn State in there, if you want to put Oregon, still Wisconsin is middle of the pack now. And Wisconsin is more like an Ole Miss to me if we're going to compare the Big Ten to the SEC. And I don't see anytime soon that Ole Miss, I mean, they've never played for the conference championship before, and I don't see any time in the near future that they're going to be playing for it. And I would say the same about Wisconsin. Wisconsin's best shot is this year. And you think about how loaded the Big Ten is, because you've got some people that think Penn State's the best team in that conference.
Yeah, new coach, new system, new quarterback, but this is their best.
It really is.
Yeah. The show is brought to you by our friends at Legacy in part. Legacy takes care of the Birmingham area, has for 60 years when it comes to the healthcare and education industries there. They're a proud of UAB athletics, and they love UAB, the businesses and the community around UAB for 6 decades. They put their name on the Legacy Pavilion to help change the way UAB athletics has grown in recent years. Legacy's been a big part of that, and they'd like you to check out legacycreditunion.com if you are looking maybe to change your financial institution, because they have so much to offer, including their everyday checking. Everyday checking is something that they're very proud of. They put together these great perks that you can get with their everyday checking. One of the cool things is that you can get your paycheck 2 days early with direct deposit. You can see more details at legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com. Also, their lifestyle loans and a lot more. The lifestyle loan requires no collateral, affordable low rates, and more. Check everything out, legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. So we were bouncing through the technical difficulties as Lunsford and Melton were pointing out, and as they were discussing, should we address it or try to ignore it? I was in my television broadcast days. It used to bother me so much when we'd have this kind of problems.
Yeah,
but so far not bothering me.
That's
as
good,
much.
Jim. I'm glad you've matured.
I think the difference is.
I think it's the atmosphere out here.
That's what I was going to say. I think the difference is. One is I had bosses who could fire me when things didn't go right back in local TV, and I was usually in the middle of 100,000 fans on a game day Saturday, and it was chaos. So I was probably not as nice a guy to some of the great photographers and engineers I worked with over the years when we'd have technical problems, because they happen. But it does help out when you're sitting here lathered up with SPF 50. Sitting pool in Bayside in Ocean City, Maryland, to handle things with a little more calmness.
Well, over the last couple of years, I have tried to listen to people that have given me the advice of, take care of what you can control, and what you can't control. You got to relax. And, something like this, probably a bad example, but we can't necessarily control when this goes down, right?
Can I just ask you a question?
Yo.
Like, we did radio for so long where we had no camera at all. Like, were you just doing like a workout right there with your legs as you were talking? Were you like,
I have never, this is honest to God, outside of a Peloton or running,
right?
I have never done any weights with my legs.
So you
ever.
skip leg day
every time.
Well, I didn't know if you were.
Yeah, no. So no.
I didn't know if you were doing a stretching.
That is my anxiety.
Yeah.
So you don't notice this, but under the desk, I'm nonstop moving.
People notice it on video, like especially at SEC Media Days when you have your leg crossed, you do that foot thing.
I hate it, but
well, I do my foot thing like that.
Yeah.
But I was like, because people, we never have done the behind the show documentary, but there was a period of time in our former lives in radio that Lance would go every commercial break into our office and do push-ups, sit-ups, and other little workouts.
Well, I mean, to be honest, where it started was the pandemic.
That's right. When we were doing the show from Lance's basement.
Yeah, and there wasn't a lot of activity going on, and so I was like, I'm going to be efficient, and I might as well try to get in. At that point, it was, I don't know, it was 1,000 something push-ups in a show.
Efficient.
Yeah.
So you would do 1,000 push-ups.
Well, I do 60 every break. Yeah,
is what you would do.
Yeah, so maybe even more. I don't even know.
But that, I'm not wrong, right? That got carried up to the office at some point.
It did.
It felt like it was before the pandemic. You're telling me it was after the pandemic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it
was
started
during.
in the pandemic.
Yeah, it started
at his house, and
Right.
then he carried it up to the office. Yeah.
Because at some point we had the little Navy turn things for the push-ups that you had.
Yeah,
yeah.
the perfect push-ups.
The perfect push-ups.
Yeah, that's what I use. So
Yeah.
it's not as difficult as a push-up, but you still get the results.
So the entire pandemic in Lance's basement, it was those things make a loud noise. They're like, how long, Brown? 45 seconds. We're back, Lance. Okay.
Now,
And then hang on, I'm not done. And then Dunaway back in studio. We're back. And then that was every break.
And he did bother Rockstar at all.
Yeah, Rockstar, you love that era of our life, didn't you?
I did. The only good thing about the pandemic was that smooth drive to and from work where there was absolutely nobody on the road.
Zero people.
I was the only guy.
Zero people, yep.
Got to hear Lance changing the channels. The
That's what's always bothered Rockstar is Lance's remote in the background.
Why would you have an audible remote? I don't understand that. Channel changed. Channel changed.
Rockstar, I'm going to guess there is a way to mute it.
There's got to be.
It's going to be difficult for you to be married for more than 20 years. I mean, everything drives you crazy. The smallest things.
By the way, I did not bring this up. I was
No,
asked.
no, I
I
know.
was just
I
responding.
drug you into this one.
Yeah.
I drug you into this one. Tell me.
But it should be noted that Rockstar's job, especially when we're on remote like this, he has to be so focused on anything we say. And during the pandemic, when we were off location, the only connection between us was the audio, and he had to listen to everything. So every sound, he's having to listen to it. So if it was the beeping or us rocking or eating our food like we do, I can understand where occasionally that could get annoying if you have to listen to that.
But I still try to, and our breaks have shortened up. I know we're tightening. We're doing different things on our format. Our breaks have shortened up a little bit. So I'm scrambling to get back, but
we've noticed. Yeah. I think everybody knows.
Well, a lot of people are.
Yeah.
And then
But I'm trying to be efficient during breaks, and I'll walk to one end of the hall and then back.
Why don't you tell us who's with Rockstar tonight at Odie's?
That would be Will Haver, and I think Will had forgotten that me and Brown are out of town because he sent me a text this morning. I'll see you guys tonight. And I was like, unless you're coming to Ocean City, you won't. But you guys can go out and check out Rockstar, Will Haver, special guest, Odie's Team Trivia, every single Wednesday night. It starts a little after 8 o'clock. I suggest getting there early. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis, the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
And then I would point out Odie's Trivia tonight. I'm told, Taylor, did we put up any content last night?
So you don't remember?
I don't remember a lot of it. We put up some content from the trip up last night, including an Ask Us Anything. I don't know if that's still up or not.
Oh, it's always up.
Yeah,
Nothing we do disappears.
Yeah, so all that is out there for you, including the travel up. We'll talk more about the trip here to Ocean City and why we're at the Residence Inn Marriott as we move throughout the day and the rest of the week. But it is sunny here in Ocean City. It is beautiful, and we're happy to be on the road. Everything else that's going on in college football after our conversation with Adam Rittenberg when we come back on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com. You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville.
And we're back to the studio here at the Next Round while they fix everything up. Oh, God, I just ran back in here. Okay, hang on. Let me.
Well, I mean, the person in that seat normally does that, so you're good.
I'll just hit the wrong button on my computer, too. Anyway, and actually, the person who sits in that seat does it normally. Jim.
Really?
Oh, no, I thought you were talking about host and bring the show back. Sorry.
Are you the one that's rattled right now, or am I? Because this is...
I think everybody's a little rattled.
Everyone's rattled.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Not Jim. Did you hear Jim's good?
No, Jim's good.
Jim's
always good.
handling it like a pro.
Again, LOL, yes, we're back again. Brown's restarting the computer real quick, but it's taking a second. As Lance mentioned, we have shorter breaks now, so it takes a little longer to restart
I would not
things.
be shocked if a fire alarm goes off at any point during this broadcast.
It'd be fun then. That was, see, I loved that day. The only thing I hated that day was walking back up the stairs because the elevator was broken because that's what caught on fire.
I take the stairs every day, and it's still, I'm 2 years straight, and I'm still winded as hell by the time I get to the fourth floor.
Yeah, imagine me walking up the stairs now.
But it's
after
every
that.
day, and I still get winded, so I totally understand.
Yeah, it was rough coming back up the stairs. If Rocky's winded, I'm definitely winded. But it was fun. It was fun to go down there. It was fun to have that show. Jim trying to keep it back on sports. That was the funny part, but
still trying to do lives too. That was the best part.
Yeah, Pac-12 coaches, top 5 Pac-12 coaches next year. Lance, tell us about gutter capping. It's like,
Seriously.
Okay.
I was hoping we could talk conference realignment right now. That was my
God.
hope, but I mean, I'm not sure if anyone's interested in that. But.
Look, I got all kind of things I can say on conference realignment, but guess what? Nobody wants to hear a damn thing about conference realignment because we have heard so much about stinking conference realignment.
Don't we just want to get to the games? I mean, I cannot wait for that first college football Saturday.
Yeah, I'm ready to get there.
Can't wait for that opening Thursday night.
I'm ready. Well, I guess Saturday night with week 0,
Yeah,
even though
that's
there's
true.
no games that we
That's
actually
true.
care about. But
Thinking about UAB.
But I'm ready for that high school. The high school first Friday night. Thompson Opelika, down in the AHSA Kickoff Classic.
So when you're going through and you're thinking of like when really college football season sort of starts unofficially, SEC Media Days is always one of those things. But then there's that lull. You kind of get it's like the seasons and the way they change here in Alabama. It's like, oh, it's springtime. Oh, it's freezing again. You know, it's like it's that way with the college football season.
Yeah, my problem, I don't know how we've all worked in sports obviously forever, but the way I viewed it is Media Days is that unofficial kickoff, but the problem is we've done nothing but talk football and previewing the upcoming season from the minute the national championship game ends all the way up until Media Days. So then when Media Days happens, we actually get to talk to people. Then it's like, let's go back to talking about things again for the next month until football season actually happens. So that's when it's like, I'm ready to go. I'm over it. Really, I kind of just bide my time until we get to our kickoff party. I mean, we had kickoff parties before. We obviously have kickoff parties now. By the way, August 17th coming up at Walk-Ons in Hoover at 5 o'clock. But that's to me is going to be more of the kickoff because we actually left one kickoff party back at our old employer and went to a high school football game. So like the kickoff party for me was. Because it was like on a Thursday that it was the first Thursday of high school football that I went to a Homewood game after that. So like that's to me the start of football season. So we've gone past Media Days. We're in the talking, area now where we're talking about realignment. Michael said realignment's gotten so old. It kind of has gotten old. I'm fascinated by it. The thing is I really am fascinated by it. Some of it's bad, some of it's good, I think, but it's just so old and tired to talk about. Whoever asked about me working with Thompson, Paul, yes, I'm working with Thompson again this year. But yeah, that kickoff party, because then high school starts, it's at least some football. You get a little bit of that on ESPN, and then you get to college football. You get to week 0, games nobody really cares about, but at least it's something. How many people watch the Hall of Fame game? It's something.
It's something. I mean, we are definitely, thirsty for college football action to get here, but a lot of people in the chat asking about me specifically and maybe my roots and my future and certain pranks and stuff. I'm not sure how much of that I can address currently. But
do you enjoy talking sports more than you enjoy talking news?
So I have done. That's a great question. I have done such a weird thing in my career where I started off sports only, shifted then to news dramatically, went down to Orlando and worked in news, came back, then worked pretty much in news and sports at the same time, and then shifted to totally news, and now I'm back to sports and whatever else is on the table to be discussed here. So I have shifted back and forth so many times that I don't even know what I enjoy talking about anymore.
Would you ever consider doing weather?
I've done that too, and that's my least favorite thing to do is weather.
All right, I'll check that off.
Daniel asked in the chat, what do I think Hoover will look like this year? I'm going to be honest. I think, and obviously I'm a Thompson homer now because I work there, but I think if there's ever a year, this is the year for Hewitt-Trussville to finally push through and break through. So that doesn't say anything about Hoover, but it's usually Thompson and Hoover at the top. But I think there's a chance Hewitt-Trussville can finally push through this year. I think Peyton Floyd's really good. I think, Josh finally has the team dialed in. So we'll see. 7A Region 3 is always fun to watch.
So, Rocky, I've been here for about a week now.
Hey, Reed, we're doing the show.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. Is there any advice you would give me on different personality types and things to blend in and be a bigger and better part of the group, to be more cohesive with the unit here?
Passive aggressive is always a winner.
Okay.
Just be something like, I didn't know I was doing the show today. I'm fine hosting the show today. I didn't know I was going to, but if you guys need me to, that's fine. We can put you on your shoulders. I think we're getting them back, though. We're working on them.
Okay, well.
You can hear them talking.
They're talking
from the land
background.
of giants to the land of passive aggressiveness.
Yeah.
Here we go.
But no, Tim, you always been. I've been working with you for a while. No, you have no trouble blending in. You're hard to miss. I'll say that.
That is true.
One of your size cannot just blend in.
Yeah, I get peppered with size questions all the time. Of how tall are you? What sports did you play? I went to the dentist yesterday, and
do you fit in the chair?
I did not fit in the chair, and it led to a whole line of questions. By the way, there was someone at the dentist's office that was a huge fan of Scott Forrester, which because I was. They knew I was from the next round, and they just couldn't stop talking about Scott. So that's something I'll have to fill him in on. Yeah,
good to hear.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, I can't fit in most chairs that normal humans can fit.
Do hotel showers? Do they hit you here?
Yeah, they do. Right in the chest. Can you? I just feel like somebody that is watching this on mute, probably not the best look there. But yeah, they do. They do. I have a problem with that. Buying cars is a major issue because I can't really fit in anything. So rental cars is always a little bit of an issue there. I don't think the guys had any problems with their rental cars. So that's good to know.
I was so getting ready to do a live read too, but now that they're back, I don't know if I want to do a live read.
You tell me what to do.
Trying to fit in whatever they needed, fit it in. But hey, I don't know if they ever did Slice or not. Did they do Slice? I don't know.
We're gonna kick it back to the guys over here.
Okay, I don't have to do a read.
Let's go see what's happening on your neck of the woods in Maryland.
Back to you guys.
Rockstar go with the old Al Roker.
I don't know what Maryland pizza's like. You talked about crab cakes before. I wonder if they've got a pizza that's got crab meat on it.
I would almost guarantee they do.
I'll make a confession right here. I do not like crab meat.
You don't like? That's a good, important confession to make. Yeah.
I mean, I know we're in the land of crabs,
right?
Well, let me rephrase that.
Amen, sister.
I know we're in the land of
the land of crabs was in the 70s.
Yeah, I know we're in the land of crabs and football.
Yeah,
and
crab cakes and football.
Crab cakes and football. But the only time I've enjoyed crab meat is when Jane, God rest her soul, my mother-in-law, when we were down on Ono Island, she'd pull them straight up from the ocean, the saltwater river, kill them, and make eggs and crab meat omelets for breakfast.
I'm not delicious. A huge seafood guy. I love tuna. I love seared tuna. But outside of that, I can take it or leave it. But a place called Sea and Suds down at Gulf Shores.
Oh, yeah. I've had it.
I would go there and I would get the stuffed crab basket.
Yeah.
So it had 2 stuffed crabs. It had fries. It had hush puppies. And I would get a cold Bud Light with that.
Yeah.
And it was perfect.
Perfect. So, hey, but we're talking pizza, so that means sliced pizza, right?
Yeah, 4 great locations. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, now Crestline Park. Local pizza, local ingredients created by the late Jeff Pajaya, his brothers. Continue the legacy. Jason and Chris, get in, see them. Best pizza out there. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
When we come back, God willing, we'll talk about the Johnny Manziel documentary. So if you have thoughts on that, if you watched it, I watched it on the plane. So I've got some thoughts, but if you've got some thoughts on the Johnny Manziel documentary, we'll talk about that. Hard Knocks last night, and then everything else that is going on in the football world. Later on in the show, LT's got some thoughts on Nick Saban's house that he bought that everyone's talking about now. Pretty amazing little digs that Nick Saban has as a, what is that, a third home? Is that what it is?
I mean,
it might be
more than that.
Might be a primary home in the next few months.
Yeah. LT's got thoughts later on.
An LT's right there.
Top of the hour brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. We're on the road at the Residence Inn Marriott in Ocean City, but wherever you're watching us, whether you're in the great state of Maryland or anywhere in the United States, Montevallo is this wonderful liberal arts school right in central Alabama. And people from all over the country come there, some to play college athletics on the NCAA Division II level. 23 fully funded scholarship sports at the University of Montevallo. Some great athletes have come from the great state of Maryland to Montevallo as well. You could be the next one. Montevallo.edu. Great school, academic-wise, business school, broadcasting school, and so much more. Schedule that in-person tour. Montevallo.edu. Back to Ocean City, Maryland after a quick timeout on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
You can win a Chevy Trail Boss pickup or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Trail Boss and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings August 25th and 26th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You know, the one thing we don't have sponsored, Rockstar, is my tattoo questions to you all the time. As we start hour number 2,
and it's
they become more frequent.
And it's stuff you could just simply Google.
Ocean City Marriott here in Ocean City, Maryland, a beautiful location. This is my first outdoor adventure since getting my tattoo, and you know, I was sort of drunk on adrenaline the other day when she was tatting me up, inking me up, if you will. Did she say something about sunshine on my tattoo, Rockstar?
You always have to keep it covered up for at least, I think, the first 2 weeks. I mean, put sunscreen on it and Vaseline and stuff like that. Like, you're asking me if you can, like, I don't know if you're wanting to go lay out or play tennis. I mean, like, just keep it covered. I don't understand. Are you going to be wearing wife beaters today?
Well, no, but I mean,
I am tomorrow.
He's gotten closer.
It's barely covered right here. I don't know what the SPF of our great shirts are that you can, by the way,
I
get
think
at
you'll be okay.
nextround.store.
I think you'll be okay.
Nextround.store.
You're acting like you're going to the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
To a professional veteran.
Wow.
And rock star in the
Jeez.
tattoo.
I mean,
Speaking of veterans.
I can read SPF.
Speaking of veterans, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the entire industry. For over 20 years, Storm Restoration Roofing has been locally owned, and Greg and his wife run Storm Restoration Roofing. Look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, or you can call up this number, 542-3531. If things are going exactly the way I think they are, there's a picture of Greg right now on the video screen, and you can actually see that number, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City, best warranties in the business, and a free consultation with him about the roof, but also a free no-cost roof inspection. He'll get up on your roof with no charge at all. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. That is Storm Restoration Roofing. I have watched the Johnny Manziel documentary. I did that on our 2 flights, Birmingham to Charlotte for part of it, and then Charlotte to Salisbury for the other part of it. Finished it up when we were starting to descend here to beautiful Ocean City. I don't know about our viewers or listeners and how they feel. I would love to get some feedback from them, Brownie, at some point.
I got the chat room open.
Okay.
I wish I would have watched. I downloaded, but again, I watched American Gladiators, the Netflix show.
But
I should have watched it.
You probably should have, but it wasn't great, I don't think.
It wasn't the documentary wasn't great. Well, I've heard rave reviews about it.
I did not think it was great, and nor did I think Johnny Manziel came off as a sympathetic figure at all.
I didn't expect that.
Yeah. Now I don't know if I'm missing it, because sometimes reading comprehension, I scored really low on that in SAT, ACT, so I assume that translates over to viewing of documentaries. But as I watched that, and these guys joked about it because I was halfway through it,
right,
when we did the Ask Us Anything last night from the Charlotte Airport. From the Wicked Weed Bar at the Charlotte Airport. And you guys, I kept telling you, I think the win in Tuscaloosa over Alabama is the biggest win in Texas A&M football history, because of the almost $1 billion donations they got right after that. $740 million cash given into them instant.
I disagree. They're always going to have money.
I'm telling you, they said doubled their donations.
Who is they? So this was Texas A&M people saying that?
Yeah, this
okay.
is the SID, the athletic director, Texas A&M regents, and it had the headlines. From $330 million in giving to $740 million in giving. They tear down Kyle Field. They redid all the facilities, all off of the move to the SEC. And them being successful that first year because of Johnny Manziel.
So right after that game, in the wake of that game, within months, within weeks, within days,
the end of the year, after he
went on
that
whole year,
after he went on to win the Heisman Trophy.
So that game propelled him in. He won the Heisman. They scalded Oklahoma in the Cotton Bowl.
Yep.
And their donations went through the roof.
Doubled. And they're tearing down Kyle Field. They're building all the other new facilities, and the discussion was going into the SEC, and they had clips from everybody around the country, and they had clips from even Texas A&M folks. Will Texas A&M be able to fit into the SEC? Will they ever be? They were middling in the Big 12.
Right.
Will they be middling in the SEC? Well, it turns out they are back to being middling, yes, in the recent years. But that 1 year in 2012, their very first year in the SEC,
was their best year
because of Johnny Manziel. And it just surged everything, and it has changed the landscape of that program.
I mean, I get that, and I'm not an A&M guy, but I was going to suggest we discuss on the show today, and since you brought it up, is that the saddest commentary about A&M football we could have, that the biggest win in school history was a regular season win
that didn't even equate to an SEC championship.
That didn't even get them to Atlanta. That's a sad commentary on A&M football.
And I'm still going to disagree with you.
Well, no. Now listen to me when I say this. There is a difference between, winning a game for a championship, or what is the most important win in your program history.
Okay,
right?
Important and biggest are two different things.
Right.
I don't disagree with you.
Like
on that.
what it did for that program
Yeah.
and giving it a place in the SEC, and then changing its financials, the willing to give had diminished, I guess, over the years, or it accelerated to a different area. And they built arguably the best stadium in the SEC off of that. They went from I don't know how many seats to closing in the end zone to over 100,000 seats. They have all the best facilities that money can buy, and more money to burn now. And it all started with that win, and then that season from Johnny Manziel. And the only sad thing in it for me about Johnny Manziel was this, is that it is a shame back then when you see all the money he brought in, that he wasn't legally able to get any money.
Oh, he would have been. I can't imagine what Johnny Manziel could have done in an NIL era.
Crushed.
I mean, there are a lot of guys historically in football. You can go back to Bo Jackson, Herschel Walker, people like that. But A&M was so hungry to be something in the Southeastern Conference right away, and they were. He was the face of it. He was this generational player, and the style of play was exciting. He gave you a lot of mustard on the hot dog. This guy could have slayed it in NIL. I mean, I don't, Lance, I don't even know what you could estimate that he'd make.
Well,
I
would
mean, if
say
I told you
this,
10 million a year,
He slayed it
yeah,
illegally.
I
know.
would say that he made $1 million in 2 years.
yeah, but
illegally.
I
I
would
think
say
that's fair.
I would say in the NIL world,
Would they're given, he'd have been a $5 million a year guy.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
I think that would be more
I
than
was
what he
go-
made it with the Browns.
Well, I mean, Bryce Young made what in year one of NIL? The estimate was $5 million.
yeah.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah. It's a shame because right after that, they cut to the bookstore after they beat Alabama. And by the way, crowds, around the bus when he's leaving Bryant-Denny Stadium, he can't make it to the bus. And then when they get back to College Station, they're meeting him off the plane after beating Alabama. And then they show the bookstore, and all of a sudden they've got number 2 jerseys on it. Remember, back then they couldn't put Manziel on it,
right?
But they have number 2 jerseys all of a sudden, and they're selling like hotcakes. And people are writing songs about him and everything, and he can't get anything. And that's where his buddy Uncle Nate, his high school buddy, his old high school teammate, they were at the I think they were at the Alabama National Championship game in Miami, and a guy offered them, I think it was $3,000 to go up and sign like 100 things in a room.
You'd never say yes to that right now.
Yeah. So
No.
No. I mean, in the NIL world, he would have never said yes to that.
And I want to hear what our audience thinks, but I think A-Rod or somebody who worked with A-Rod saved him that night. He went up to the room and was signing that, and somebody knocked on the door and told Uncle Nate, like, you guys are wasting your money. You can go ahead and bring him out here. Go
Yeah.
ahead. No, come over here. Bring him out. It's fine.
Oh, they're bringing us drinks. This
Yeah.
is where everything falls apart.
Yeah.
Is that mine? The chocolatey one? What is this? Frozen lemonade. All right.
Yeah.
Frozen lemonade. This is V Money. This is our
V-Money.
This is the person that's taking great care of us all week. Thank you,
Oh,
V-Money.
thank you. So this is is it the dirty banana?
Oh,
Wow. Yeah, just like Lance.
Dirty banana.
Thank you, V.
Thank you.
V Money, Victoria, helping us out here at Ocean City.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's good. So
Very good.
A-Rod knocks on the door.
It wasn't A-Rod. It was somebody who worked with A-Rod.
Worked with A-Rod, knocks on the door.
And he knocks on the door and he says, hey, you guys you're crazy. If you come up to our room, we'll give you $30,000 instead of $3,000.
And that's where he closes the lid and takes off.
And then he was like,
I'm in.
and we will set up more and more. And they got up to where, I think, if I remember the documentary right now, I had been drinking, but I think they were doing $100,000 signing sessions.
Yeah, illegally.
Poor guy that offered 3,000. Did he get anything out of it?
I hope he got the autographs.
He
but
got those few autographs for a
Yeah.
second. I just don't understand how you make that much money off of
I
autographs.
don't really either, because it seems like you're flooding the market at that point, right?
Like, I don't think I would pay for like an historical figure. I would pay for their autograph, possibly.
Like, give me an example.
George Washington.
G-Dubs?
Yeah.
Cooper Cup.
No. Ben Franklin. I mean,
yes,
a founding father. If you had that, it was like authenticated. You had it like framed. I think that would be a cool conversation piece.
Right.
I don't think I would pay much for it. I know there ain't a chance in hell I would pay for anyone's autograph in sports.
So, so he comes back in 2013, and basically he says he's not engaged, he's partying, blah 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 blah. They still have a good year. Cliff Kingsbury's in there saying, "Dude, we couldn't control him. As long as he kept playing good, we weren't going to put any reins on him." Kevin Sumlin, Sumlin and Kingsbury come off looking like they were undisciplined.
Well, and that's the problem. Is as good as he was, I think it killed their culture, whatever culture that was.
Yeah.
And it became more about Johnny Manziel and less about the program Texas A&M. And you talk about, and maybe that was their most important moment. And since then, though, it's all evaporated. And I think inevitably they were going to have that money anyway. I mean, once they got in the SEC and the money just continued to compound, they were going to have that stadium. They were going to have those facilities.
Yeah. It just, and at the end, then the drug use and him blowing all that money and all of that, and having to move back in with his dad and his mom, and then the combine. Basically, they pulled a a bait and switch on the Cleveland Browns to get him to pick him in the first round.
What was the bait and switch?
First of all, he'd been clean. The agent guy talked about 25 drug tests. I tested him 25 times as he was leading into the combine. And then he calls me the week before the combine and says, "Uh-oh, I messed up last night.
Yeah.
I was in Vegas, party. Everyone was here, and it showed him with Drake and Justin Timberlake, Jessica Biel. Like, it would be like, as Nate was saying it, Uncle Nate was saying it was like, Jessica Biel and Justin Timberlake walked up and they were like wanting pictures, like they couldn't believe Johnny Football was there.
That's crazy.
And it's crazy that he was
Yeah.
that popular. If you think
What
back,
was-
I guess he was.
What was the infamous? Was it a Scooby-Doo outfit?
Yeah.
That was
At
before
a
the
Halloween
Alabama
party.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, was that in the documentary?
Yep.
And was that the girl that was at the hotel Zaza or the hotel in Dallas where you had the domestic dispute? Was that the same girl? And was that in the documentary?
They did bring up the domestic dispute and arrest. I don't remember too much about that. I do remember that they faked, because of the possibility of a fake drug test, they faked a dad's heart attack for Johnny to come into Indianapolis real quick and leave for the combine.
Oh, so he didn't have to do all the
yeah.
testing.
Boy,
Let's
if
see,
I'm dad, I don't.
Yeah.
Again, I believe in jinxes like that. You're not going to fake my heart attack because the next thing you know, you're going to have a heart
That's
attack.
how you reap what you sow right there. Let's go to Andrew. He is up next with us on the next round, 205-734-0923. What is up, Andrew? How are you?
Hey, how are y'all doing? Long time listener, first time caller.
Wow.
Thank you.
Welcome in, Andrew.
Did you watch this
Yeah,
Manziel documentary?
I did, and I actually was at A&M. I was a student when Johnny was there, so I had 2 years in the Big 12, 2 years in the SEC. And talk about just what a ride Johnny was for A&M and what it meant to be an Aggie in that era. I know you guys talked a bit about it today. I can remember, and it's still probably one of the best weekends of my life. We did an SEC road trip the weekend of the Alabama game. We went to Baton Rouge Thursday night, went to Auburn Friday night, went to Tuscaloosa for the game on Saturday, and had plans to go to Georgia for the Sunday volleyball game. And we enjoyed our time too much that Saturday night in Tuscaloosa, so didn't actually make it. But what an experience.
How big of a win was that for you guys, do you think? As a program now, as you sit here in 2023, 11 years ago, how big of a moment was that?
For it to be the first year in the SEC, for us to have, you guys are in this business. You probably remember it like it was yesterday, but no one expected anything from us. Even our expectations were low. We were a mid-tier Big 12 team at the time. And for us to come in and strike that lightning in a bottle, we felt like, we belong here. We can do this. We can play in the SEC and compete. It was huge. You guys that played in that game, and when they walked out of the, for warm-ups, the Alabama football team was so much bigger than them because we hadn't recruited to the SEC level yet. And then for them to go out and do that, and the way they did it, I remember we were at a bar after the game, and one of the old Alabama alumni said, "Hell, no one had scored 20 on us in a couple years, and you guys did in the first quarter." So just the way that game unfolded.
It was 20-0.
Yeah, it was one of. I have watched Alabama and Auburn football my entire life, and I will tell you, when it was 20-0, that was one of the most stunning moments in Alabama football history.
But I honestly never thought Alabama was going to lose that game until the penalty at the end.
No, they came back and took the lead. Alabama took the lead. Johnny had to lead them down on a great drive.
Yeah,
to put them away.
I can't tell you, Andrew, how stunned I was because I can remember this vividly. And correct me if I'm wrong. You guys played Mississippi State the week before in Starkville. Am I right about that?
Yes, we did, and that was actually made it in the documentary too. I loved all of Cliff Kingsbury input on this because that was the he came, he was super hungover, and Cliff Kingsbury was like, "Hey, you better fucking play well," because I just said F-bomb. I'm sorry. You better play well.
Okay.
You're fine.
It's okay on this format.
Hey, and by the way, speaking of the F-bomb, did Johnny Manziel, was there audio on him saying F Nick Saban? I heard there was.
I can't remember exactly if that was in there. Did you, Andrew? Can you remember if that was in there? I do. They did tell the story, and Andrew backed this up, that he watched the movie 300 the night before the game.
Yeah.
So he was telling
Yeah,
his
that-
team, you know, quotes from the 300 movie and the huddles in the pregame and everything.
And no one's really talking like that. 2011, 2010, 2012 is right when Twitter became huge. And I remember looking at that tweet that day on our way in, like we drove from Auburn to Tuscaloosa that morning. I remember seeing that tweet come out and us like getting a sense like, oh, this is it. Like, this is Johnny's coming out party. We're going to do that. Like, so that tweet lived with us all day while we went, while we tailgated and went into the game. And for that first quarter to go up 20 up. And, the year before, last year in the Big 12, we blew 5 games with halftime lead. And so to come into this game and for y'all to come back the way you did, and for us to, have that drive with the 2 big passes to Swope and Kennedy, it just was so validating. Like, we can do this. It was huge. And so no one's really talking about how much Twitter played a role in Johnny's mystique, because he could tweet, but he couldn't talk to the, someone's role was freshman can't talk to the press. And, like, Johnny means a lot to us Aggies. He always will.
Yep. Andrew, thank you, man. The reason I ask about that Mississippi State game is I'll never forget this. Dunaway and I were in Baton Rouge. You had stayed in New Orleans. It was the Alabama LSU game that TJ Yeldon caught the pass.
That's right. Alabama almost lost that game.
Almost lost that game. And that should have sent off alarm bells, really, but it didn't, because Alabama, in typical, at that time, Alabama style, they just ripped somebody's heart out, right? But I remember previous to that game, that was a night game, and I remember you and I were somewhere watching Mississippi State, Texas A&M, and A&M was just running up and down the field on State. And I remember Dunaway saying, there'll be a problem for Alabama next week. I'm like, Jim, have you seen Alabama's defense play? They can't do that to Alabama's defense. I mean, that ain't going to happen to Alabama's defense. And I remember, and I thought it was just typical, always nervous about something Dunaway. But ultimately, you're right. I mean, that game was 20-0 before you could blink.
Because he's such a, Nick Saban's defense, Kirby Smart back then, they're so regimented on, if they do this, then you do this. And if they do this, you do this.
And they never did this.
And Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, he just didn't do anything.
Johnny Manziel was playing jazz out there, right?
He was doing everything. Yeah.
And I didn't know he was such a big deal, like in high school. They showed his high school highlights.
Kerrville?
Yeah. And how regimented their high school was. It was like a military academy.
So more discipline at his high school than
at Texas A&M.
He said in a blink of an eye, I forgot everything I learned in 3 years of my high school. But his first high school play as a starter, 10th grade year.
I thought you were going to say Macbeth. I thought when you said high school play, I thought he
first play from scrimmage in high school. The coach sends in the signal, and basically it's a fake. Everybody's going this way, and then Manziel keeps it and is supposed to run up the middle. And he's like, I'm 5'10" on a good day, and he calls this play, and I'm a 10th grader, and boom, he takes it to the house, 80 yards for a touchdown, basically untouched. But there's a flag on the play, half the distance to the goal line, so they're back at the 10. He's looking over there, and they show the coach sending in the signal, and they show Johnny looking down.
Yeah,
and he calls the same damn play again. Johnny takes it 90 yards for a touchdown, virtually untouched. The same play again.
Flag on the play?
No, not on this time. It's a touchdown. So he takes it 80 on his first play. Flag comes back half the distance from the 10. He takes it 90 for a touchdown. And that's how he started his career at high school as a starter in 10th grade.
Boy, I bet he was winded. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but in 2012 going into that season, it was quarterback battle.
Right. Oh, I don't think he started against Florida.
Yeah, he did.
The game they lost?
He did.
Are
Yeah.
you sure? Did he play the whole game, though?
Yep. And he played very pedestrian. I think he had one bootleg for a touchdown, but outside of that, his numbers were very modest.
It says in the documentary, it was a quarterback battle because he'd gotten arrested for underage. He had an ID, underage incident with another teammate. And Kingsbury said, oh, yeah, we've got to discipline, but it was always going to be Johnny.
We always
going to be Johnny.
We always talk about, and I want to play off this when we come back. I know we need a break.
Yeah.
But we always talk about that Alabama Texas A&M game. But to Manziel's credit, and to discredit Gene Chizik a little bit, that night in Jordan-Hare Stadium with them might have been the most embarrassing moment in Auburn football history I can remember. Now, there might be some old school Auburn fans like Brown. It's not the top 10. But what A&M did to Auburn at Jordan-Hare Stadium, which should be a difficult place to play. It is frequently. And what A&M did to Auburn that night was, in my life, I'm 47, I would struggle to remember a more embarrassing moment for Auburn football.
Well, I'll tell you, that 2013 magical season for Auburn.
Yeah.
People always talk about Georgia. They talk about Alabama. They don't talk about A&M.
I know.
And that was the beginning of the shock factor for me with that 2013 Auburn team, because A&M was legit that year.
All right. Tell us about our friend Dr. B. We'll take a quick break. We'll talk more about the Johnny documentary, some memories of the Pac-12 as it goes away. Much like Johnny did very quickly from the National Football League. They didn't really get into the suicide attempt or anything like that last night. They mentioned it in passing. As I had expected, it was one of those headlines to tease the documentary was dropping.
Yeah.
Wasn't really a big part of it last night. I would give it a solid C, a very average documentary. And a lot of it was on that 2012 season and then his downfall.
You are the first to give it a C, though. I'm like, I've heard great things.
I've not heard one bad thing about it until Dunaway watched it, which
hell,
that is on brand.
Hell, it may be Oppenheimer. I may go see Oppenheimer. And
Johnny
say,
could,
too many explosions.
Johnny could drop some bombs.
Yeah. Tell us about Dr. B.
Yeah, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Make the phone call that I made over a year ago when I started to thin out. It was actually about 2 years ago. I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the name everybody mentioned. When I went in for my latest treatment, my hair is already doubled in thickness. T3hair.net. Again, I do a non-invasive treatment on the couch 3 times a week, 30 minutes each time. It's that simple. Make the phone call today. Schedule the consultation, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Don't go away. We're at Ocean City, Maryland, the Residence Inn Marriott, in the trash hour, shirtless trash hour.
Oh, yeah. You need to do that, Jim.
Maybe. Stick with us. This is the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
It's time for the ultimate football season kickoff party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, we're back to the Residence Inn Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. If you weren't with us at the start of the show, or maybe it got lost in some of the early technical difficulties, we're here in Ocean City because of the 50th annual White Marlin Open that's going on. It's one of the nation's oldest marlin deep sea fishing tournaments that are going on. Tight shot on me here. Very good.
LT, get some sun.
Over $10 million in prize money. Over 400 boats here. You fished 3 of the 5 days. It started on Monday. It'll end on Friday. We're here until Friday. The weigh-ins happen nightly at Harbor Island. And I don't know what 60 and 50 to 75 means here. I've written that down Monday through Friday. I know that.
Those are your coordinates.
Yeah, 60 to 75 is my deep sea
60, 75.
Yeah.
By the way, that is one of the best boat names. You brought it up earlier, Michael Jordan.
Catch 23?
Yeah,
Catch 23 is
that
an
very
incredible
good.
boat name.
Very good.
It is so difficult to name dogs, people, and boats.
Sport shows.
Okay, what would we
or
name,
any show, really.
What would we name our boats?
If you were on it the last round,
I mean, I could go out in the landmine.
Sinker.
Jimmy Landmine.
Yeah, yours was the Titanic.
Yeah. Jimmy Current would be a good name.
It
for a
is a
boat,
good one, Jimmy
'cause-
Current.
'cause
Yeah,
you're in the current.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Thank you.
no, but boat names are really difficult because you walk around a marina and you'll
Yeah.
see a beautiful boat with a terrible name.
Yeah.
Like-
Think about your boat name.
Who had 90-day note? I think somebody I knew
remember
had
that, but I can't remember who it was.
Was that Jimmy Johnson?
I don't think so.
You got
It was somebody though.
The coach,
Cirrhosis
not the
of the
boring
river.
NASCAR driver.
What's that, Rocky?
Cirrhosis of the river.
Cirrhosis of the river.
That's pretty good.
I assume for LT.
Be river boating.
Is that the one you're going with?
Rockstar, do you have one for you?
Unattended.
Black Jacket Sympathy.
Oh no.
No.
I'm sorry. Trying to do it on the fly.
Very Dunaway comment.
Hey, Rockstar, can I ask an uncomfortable question?
If you're an ex-pitcher, could you do balk on water?
You could, yeah.
I like that ball.
Can I ask an uncomfortable question of you, Rockstar?
Please.
Last time we did a show kind of in this setting, we were at the golf tournament in Tuscaloosa with Coach Saban, and everyone was making fun of my legs having a sheen on them. Do my legs, because I was watching the video just a second ago. Do I have that same issue again?
Yeah, you got some sheen on your knees.
On my knees. I don't know what causes that. Is it sweat? What is it? I don't know.
Just sunscreen.
But I mean, people. Yeah, well, I do have sunscreen on,
probably
but
from the sunscreen.
a couple people texted me during that last break making fun of it. So I was watching the video as we came back. So I really don't know how to fix that. So I'm gonna go Dunaway here on you. Sorry, Rockstar. I apologize.
Yeah. Hey, but while we got Rockstar engaged here, LT, tell us about New Life Art, and we'll get Rockstar's viewing menu for tonight as well. Now that we've all watched Manziel's documentary in Hard Knocks after one night.
Artist Daniel Moore has announced that Masterwork in Oils Legacy continues. The sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. You can order right now, DanielMooreArt.com. That's DanielMooreArt.com.
While I'm engaged right now, let's start with.
I caught that too, Rocky.
So stupid. Paramount Plus.
Shot at Rocky.
Paramount Plus and on
How's
CBS.
that a shot?
How's that a shot? You're insinuating he's disengaged if he's only engaged.
We've got him in the conversation now.
Okay,
He's engaged in the conversation. Let's go ahead and talk to him. I mean, you guys don't. I mean, y'all don't need to be so sensitive about everything.
Oh my
I don't want
God.
to get my Nick Saban hands going here, but it ain't always about you. Sometimes it's bigger things out there than about you.
Cover your tattoo. You want to get the sun on it. Paramount Plus and CBS are doing a simulcast today for the new show called Superfan. CBS introduces the ultimate fan-based competition in which contestants vie to prove who knows the most about a favorite performer. Now, this is a new show, so you got to start big. You got to have a big celebrity to be vied for people to say 5 people.
I'm going to Tracy Morgan.
I'm going to go CeeLo.
David Cassidy.
Bigger. This is huge.
Oh,
you want to start a show,
huge.
you got to
Leif
start with a
Garrett.
huge up-and-coming star, and they're going to start with LL Cool J. I'm totally
Oh,
in.
yeah.
Because I know a lot of people that know a
It
lot
must be
about.
on CBS if LL Cool J's doing it.
It is CBS.
It's like he's got a lifetime deal to do a show for them.
Literally 37 years ago was the first time I was listening to LL Cool J.
Yeah, so Rockstar, a whole new generation going to meet LL tonight, right?
LL ages well.
Yep.
They're going to know a lot of facts about him. Like, do you even know, guys, what LL Cool J stands for? Come on now.
Lance, this is going to be on you.
I did know his name at one particular time. Give me his initials. LL.
LL Cool J.
I think it's right there in the name.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is it, Rocky?
Ladies love Cool James, man.
Oh, is that really it?
Yeah,
Is
ladies-
James's actually is James's Christian name?
And I think ladies love is. No, I don't know. I just know. Well, if you want to find out more about him, we're going to have 5 contestants tonight are going to know everything about ladies love Cool James.
Yeah, I bet Cool J is giving Wilt Chamberlain a run.
Oh, probably. He could pull down some rebounds.
And that is my engagement for this segment.
Wow. Rockstar's out.
One show.
Indeed. Well, I mean, not a whole lot. Rider strike. Right?
Guess what we got tomorrow night?
What?
Little NFL action.
I know. We got the, I'd already looked it up. Dolphins-Falcons on Saturday night. And I meant to text our boy Jonathan Hardison, main anchor Fox 6 News, to see. I think Fox 6 is carrying that game. But now I'm going to be here in Maryland. I doubt we're going to find it in Maryland, are we?
No, we'll be back Saturday.
No, it's Friday night.
Friday night.
Yeah, Falcons-Dolphins.
No, I bet we can find it.
Well, let's see if you can find Falcons-Dolphins preseason. I'll go with you wherever it is to watch it.
Oh, fantastic. Look forward to going to watch exhibition football while I'm on my beach trip.
Okay, Jim. Jim will be on the beach. You and I will be watching Falcons-Dolphins.
About
Can I
all
watch
about you
a
guys.
sunset somewhere while you guys are watching boring exhibition?
Can I say this
football?
about Ocean City? It is anytime you're at the beach, it's relaxing.
Yeah.
What it's supposed to be. There's a different vibe here. It's very, very, very relaxing. Would you guys?
Well, I mean,
it's just not as chaotic as some of the other beach spots.
So far, I mean,
Yeah.
all I've gotten is arriving here at the hotel last night
late at night.
at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Getting up at 6:30 in the morning, coming down here and apparently not helping Brown set up at all while I did show notes.
That is true.
And then sitting here and doing the show. So
Yep.
this area is very relaxing.
Yeah, I'm just talking about this strip. Very low key on the bay. Beautiful. Pool's got a great vibe. Incredible bar.
Yeah.
The customer service has been
Unbelievable.
tremendous. I knew it would be with Keith and his team, but this is awesome.
Residence Inn Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Available for you to book too. It's not just for celebrities like Lance. You too could stay here at the Residence Inn Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
How far is College Park?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems like everything's 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you were coming in for a Maryland game,
Yeah,
I don't know how
'cause I
many
know a lot of
people
people do that,
but
Not even Maryland.
fly into Salisbury,
Yeah.
maybe the easiest airport outside of Salina I've ever been in.
I mean, honestly, goodness, there's a better chance that some parent is watching us whose kid will play in the Atlantic League, and you want to come in and watch them play the Shorebirds here in Salisbury, just up the road here. Better chance than somebody coming from our area in for a Maryland game. Better chance you're coming in for a Ravens game.
Hey, Rockstar, did you ever
Right?
watch the
Or an Orioles game?
Rockstar? Did you ever watch the show Wings on NBC?
That is one show. Stephen Weber. I have never. Tony Shalhoub. Everybody loves that show.
Yep.
I have never
Christine
seen probably
Bernard.
2 episodes of that show.
Yeah. I
Chip
liked it. I
Daly?
thought it was a funny show.
it was a good show.
But last night's airport gave me Wings vibes.
Yeah,
So
I could see that.
So you
Thomas Hayden Church.
Yeah, Thomas Hayden Church was funny in that show. That was his breakout. I mean, and he's done some other smaller stuff since then.
You know what these people are about to do?
What?
They're about to. What do I say in the Atlantic?
Frolic.
They're
They're
about
gonna frolic in the bay.
Atlantic.
So
taking the canoes and the kayaks out.
So their airport gave me Wings vibes, and you got off the plane like a hostage. It's one of those airports where you exit the plane like a hostage down a stairwell.
Oh, there's video of that last night.
Yeah.
Go to our next round live platform.
And then you go in the airport. It gave me serious Wings vibes. In the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
Back to the Johnny Manziel documentary.
Johnny had zero accountability his whole life, Rod says. Everyone from high school to the pros looked the other way. Did
They
that come through?
The dad even said as they showed basically his childhood. Basically, he was a younger version of me.
Yeah.
And then it shows him on a Christmas morning zipping a hard pass right into a 4-year-old Johnny Manziel's chest and knocking him down.
Wow.
And the mom saying, whatever the Pete or whatever the guy's name is.
Pete.
And apparently, basically, Mr. Manziel's a chip off the old block.
And
then, by the way, blame Sumlin and Kingsbury at the end of the documentary for not turning Johnny into a man.
Oh, wow.
By the way, that's the dad's role,
really.
not the coach's role.
Yeah, I'll say this, and that should be a great and I think coaches and teachers can have great influences on kids. But if as a father you have outsourced turning your son into a man, that's on you, not on those coaches.
Yeah.
I mean, as a father, it's on you to turn your son into a man, or in my case, make certain your daughters are ladies. They grow up to be ladies. That's on me and my wife, right? So that actually pisses me off. He really said that?
Yeah. He was like, I think I'm trying to get the wording, but at some point he was like, I sent him there, and I think a coach's job is to, help direct him and turn him into a man, or something like that.
Help direct him, yeah. But if he's not turned into a man, that's an indictment of dad. That's on you, man. You shouldn't outsource that one.
But I would be concerned if I was dad, if he was really disciplined going into that environment.
But if you are concerned,
you get involved.
You can discipline.
That's right. If you're concerned, you get involved.
Hey, here's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know.
My son is not going to play in the Rice game. I know he's been suspended for a half. He's not going to play the whole game.
Yeah.
Well, you can say that, but he's an adult.
Well,
I mean,
he wasn't acting like one.
I'm just saying.
I would say by age he may be Lance, but if you're concerned he's not a man, he's not an adult yet.
But I'm just saying Johnny Manziel strikes me as the type that would even tell his old man to go to hell.
Well, he was a freshman at the time. So what was he, 18? 19?
Well, redshirt freshman, he was probably 19.
Again, I'll tell you, at 19, if you're telling your dad to go to hell, that's an indictment of your dad. It's not an indictment of Johnny. I mean, it is an indictment of Johnny Manziel, but your dad has failed somewhere along the way. Because I cannot imagine telling Randy Brown to go to hell at age 18.
Yeah.
If I had done that at age 18, first of all, he was paying for my college. But if I had done that at age 18, now, to be fair, Johnny didn't do that, but this is an example. I'm just saying.
My coaches were big influences on me, but if I turned out a certain way negatively, it wouldn't have been on Billy Woodham or Larry Simmons or any of those people at Thompson. Would have been on my parents.
Well,
if I not turned out well, so they get all the credit
Yeah.
for me turning out the way I did.
I really can't remember my dad getting like super upset at me more than a couple of times. But the time I vividly remember how upset my dad got at this. You know what he got upset at me the most about in my entire life? I smarted off to my mom.
Oh.
I smarted off to my mom. And I remember doing it was a complete, I should have been.
Not even passive aggressive?
No, not even passive aggressive, just straight smart aleck teenager to my mom. And my dad made that point right there that you don't talk to women that way, and you sure don't talk to your mom that way.
A couple more quick comments about Johnny Manziel's documentary. We'll move on from this.
I got one more thing on that. I do think after watching the Johnny Manziel documentary, NH3425 says, Texas A&M would not be as high with branding had he not played there and set the tone for this. So he agrees with that.
Yeah. And I think that was my point.
Yeah.
To the whole first year and what the documentary has become.
Yeah. A lot of people mentioning that the Alabama loss was tough, but that I was spot on with the Auburn thing. That a lot of Auburn fans are like, yeah, in my Auburn fandom, that Auburn game was the most embarrassing moment of my life. So when we come back, I want to ask this question off the Johnny Manziel thing, or I just want to at least sound the warning from some things I've seen in college football based on Johnny Manziel and primarily Kevin Sumlin. It's one of my takeaways from it.
All right, that's coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Part of the road life in America is having a great place to stay. When you can't be close to the Residence Inn Marriott Ocean City, why not go somewhere with JohnstonRVCenter.com?
Well, Jimmy D, they want you to see America at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. And when you head up to Johnston RV Center, you're going to see those great RVs that they still have right there that you can still get and go see some of America this summer, this fall, into the winter, including travel trailers starting at just $139 a month. That's less than $5 a day if you do the math. Less than $5 a day. Is it worth that to go see America? I say absolutely. Go do it. Also, they've got 2023 fifth wheels from just $439 a month. Military discounts for all active duty and retired military personnel. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Football season is here and home buying season is as well. Let Holly Mack Wilson coach you through the stressful home buying process. From the first quarter to the end of the game, you will be the center of her attention. Holly Mack Wilson will guard your money, ensuring you get the best deal possible. In the end, you will touch down in the home of your dreams. She will intercept bad offers and she will never fumble the ball when it comes to your money and your dream home. If you use Holly Mack Wilson's home buying skills, you will be running back to the bank with all the money she has saved you. Now you may think, what a bunch of goofy play on words. But with Holly Mack Wilson, selling your home and getting into your dream home is no joke. She is a true professional and is the realtor you can trust. That's why she sold 70 homes last year and has certifications in negotiation and the buying and selling process. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or look her up online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, you're anywhere in Alabama. Keller Williams Realtor Coach. Play ball.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Back with you on the coast of Ocean City, Maryland on the next round. Trash coming up in its normal time. Just the rest of the show is all us and you on a cloudless day. Just a whisper of a cloud just off the Atlantic shore to my left here, which would be the western shore. Is that right?
Yeah, that always was.
We're horrible at navigation, being from the south. But here we are on the Atlantic coast.
Do Southerners suck at navigation?
I don't know. I was just saying that, Brown. Something to get you to Tough Dog.
Tough Dog Coatings done away. Tough Dog Coatings. Perhaps you have seen the coatings in high-end garage, high-end auto dealership, that coating that's on the floor. And you're like, man, I'd love that in my house, but it's residential, not commercial. Well, good news, Tough Dog Coatings handles residential and commercial. So they can put that right there in your house. They did it for my house. I'm talking about that coating that is not going to crack or wear out like epoxy. It looks amazing. It doesn't yellow in the sunlight. It is easy to clean. They're backing it by a 15-year warranty there at Tough Dog. You select the color. You select the flakes. They've got a vast selection of those, a ton of options. You get to pick that. They can even work in a logo, like a corporate logo, a team logo, family crest. If you're like super wealthy and maybe royalty, they can do that at Tough Dog. I am going to give you Jared's number. These are Birmingham guys. This is a Birmingham company. 205-947-3639. That is 205-947-3639. This is basically going to make your garage, your basement, Your pool surrounds look better, feel better under your feet. It even makes it smell better. And again, it's backed by a 15-year warranty. Call Jared and the gang at Tough Dog. 205-947-3639. 205-947-3639. Or toughdoggaragebfloors.com. That is TUFF. toughdoggaragebfloors.com.
From my wife in the commercial break before we finish a full hour on the Manziel documentary, she says, I love it as you sell having to go out of town working. When I flip on the YouTube feed, you're sitting there on the waterfront drinking a frozen drink.
Well, it is working.
It is work.
Yeah. We're getting paid for this, right?
Somebody has to do it.
It's a little hot out here. If that's work.
Yeah.
Residence Inn, Marriott, Ocean.
I just got to meet Keith for the first time. We've been talking for years.
Yeah, good dude.
Really good dude. Former professional wrestler.
We're going to have to hear that. We're going to have to hear that story. Yeah. Was it, I mean, I don't want to steal the story, but was it WWE, WCW? Do you know?
I don't know. He had a name and all that kind of stuff. He sent me some video.
Who said WWF?
I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's old enough to be WWF.
Oh, could be. I don't know. All right. So here is the word of warning. And I see people doing this a little bit with Josh Heupel, and you would think we've learned the lesson here. Look, Heupel, and I've already owned that I could be wrong. I thought it was a bad hire. I thought it was a lazy hire by Danny White. He got the job as AD from
Central
UCF,
Florida.
went back and hired his old coach, who didn't necessarily have a track record. UCF was in a decline. I thought it was a bad hire. Look, after last year, I could be way wrong on that, okay? I'll own it. I've owned it as much as I can. I'll continue to own it if I'm wrong. But a lot of people start talking about that offense like, hey, as long as he's there, that offense is not going to be able to be stopped. People are not going to figure that offense out. They're always going to have that type of offense. Have you heard that kind of talk about him?
I have not. But
I have said that I think it will be a prolific offense just based on his tempo and the athletes he's going to be able to get. But just ask Georgia if anybody can stop it. They did.
That's right.
They did.
And by the way, we changed the rules in just the next year to where the game is shorter now. Less, they won't get, as some of the Tennessee folks told us, 100 snaps ever again in the game of college football.
But I've heard a lot of that dialogue, like this guy has figured it out. Defensive coordinators, for the most part, are on their heels against this guy. You know, the way they run the plays with the tempo of that offense, it's going to be really, really difficult to stop. And I remind you, based on Johnny Manziel, that after he left, we all got together in Lance's basement and we watched the very first ever SEC Network game, South Carolina and Texas A&M. And I think South Carolina, Lance, you'll remember this. They were the favorite in that game. They were expected to win. And A&M went up and down the field at Williams-Brice Stadium that night without Johnny Manziel, with Kenny Hill. And I remember leaving there and everybody saying, well, I don't know what's going to happen, but Kevin Sumlin, this guy has got it figured out.
That was the narrative.
Yep.
Kevin Sumlin's an offensive genius.
Yep. SEC better. Look out. It's not a defensive league anymore. Everybody going to be playing catch up with Kevin Sumlin.
But I think Kenny Hill had over 400 yards that
night. Kenny Hill was amazing that night. But my point was going to be that was the summit for Kevin Sumlin. That was him standing at the top of Mount Everest, looking over the valley and dominating the SEC. And it was never the same for him. It was always a descent from there for Kevin Sumlin.
All the way down to hiring of Jimbo Fisher.
That's right. We did it with Kevin Sumlin. I remember people doing it with Gus Malzahn. Colin Cowherd famously said, it is not Nick Saban's football anymore. It is Gus Malzahn's football after the 2023 Iron Bowl. You know, Gus Malzahn changing the way the power has shifted in the state of Alabama and in the SEC. Gus Malzahn's way of football is the way we're doing football moving forward. We do this all the time, and people should really tap the brakes on doing it with Josh Heupel, because anytime we've done that with anybody, you know what defensive coordinators have figured out? Or the rules have changed, to your point.
Yeah.
And they've slowed it down. They figured out how to slow it down at some point.
I really believe that not as much in week 0 in 17 days, but I really believe after the first full weekend, a lot of our viewers and a lot of people who do what we do will be like, you know, I knew we changed the rules a little bit. I didn't know it was going to look like that.
So what do you think? We're just going to see fewer plays, faster games?
Yeah,
all the
fewer points.
Yeah. Fewer points.
It won't be as drastic as we saw in Major League Baseball with the pitch clock.
Yeah.
Which has shortened the game.
But
it seems like an hour.
But do you like it more?
But I do like baseball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just asking that. Yeah.
But you know, part of the reasons I like football I even like the commercial breaks where, you get a chance to build up. We got a big drive when we come
I
back.
agree. I mean, Alabama-Tennessee last year was a classic game, and I don't know how long it lasted. I was at a sports bar.
It seemed like forever.
Nor do I
I
care.
didn't care.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
know.
I wanted it to keep going. I
Right.
wanted overtime.
That's right. And that's my point on why are we ruining college football. Speeding up baseball it had to be done because it sucked. But football has not sucked for me. But I think we will get to these rule changes, which seem very simple, and maybe it's just seven plays for each team shorter. Well, you know what that does? That is 7 plays slower for Josh Heupel's offense. And was 7 plays made a difference against Alabama last year?
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
So I think that could be something that doesn't play in his favor. Will Josh Heupel adjust? Absolutely, he will. He's a really good offensive coach. We'll see what it all looks like when we get to the season.
And I don't mean to indicate that. I think he is. I hesitate when we start doing the, this guy's going to change the way SEC football is played. Very few coaches have actually done that. Steve Spurrier did it. Gary Danielson has argued on our show many times that Nick Saban did it. But very few coaches come in and change the way an entire conference plays.
Here's what I think is happening here. I don't know if it's next hour or the final hour of the show, but if you watch College Game Day on Saturdays, and it's not the taste of the town with Todd Blackledge, but they always have a local chef who's doing something on the grill.
Yeah.
And at one point going to commercial break, they bring all this food up there, and Reese and, Kirk and, Pollock would, eat just a little bit because he was on some freaky diet, and, Corso was in the bus, but everyone else on there was eat a little burger or grab a rib or something. We're going to have some local restaurants our 3 days here, bringing us sort of a sampler platter of their great foods from 3 different restaurants here in the Ocean City area. So if you're wondering what kind of food you can get on the ocean front in Ocean City, Maryland, if you're a foodie, you will get some of that later in the show as well, when a local restaurant comes by with a sort of sampler platter, if you will, of their best meals. And we'll give you a little tip on what restaurants and what food we're eating as well. That coming up probably in the final hour of the show each day that we're here at the Residence Inn Marriott in Ocean City, Maryland. LT's up there, got his phone ready to tell you about our friends at Redmont Vodka. Tell us about Redmont.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to forward trash to Keith to print out because I can't see anything on a screen. Redmont Vodka, locally owned, locally operated. One of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka is our friend Charles Barkley. It's gluten-free. It's 8 times distilled. Fabulous vodka. Again, support the local product. I'm going to check it out. I don't know if Maryland's one of the 22 states it's available in.
Well, you know how you could change that?
Ask for it, right?
Well, I guess. Yeah.
Tell
I
people.
thought I was setting you up on something.
The bars. I've got a bottle of Redmont in that bag.
That's
right
how
here.
you can change
Yeah.
it. You take a Redmont.
Anyway, fantastic product. Ask for it by name. It's Redmont Vodka.
All right. When we come back, we'll talk about some of the actual on-the-field college football and NFL stuff going on and what the ACC is doing. But Hard Knocks was last night as well. 3 big takeaways as I watched that this morning.
Oh, wow. You got busy.
Well, I mean, we had to watch it. We had to know about it. A lot of Aaron Rodgers. If you thought to yourself that Aaron Rodgers was going to be a veteran and say, y'all aren't paying me to be on this show, he did sort of gripe that it felt like the Jets were forced into taking the Hard Knocks.
They kind of were.
But
honestly,
he's a big part of it. He comes off looking fantastic. My favorite part of the whole Hard Knocks is when they're coming out onto the practice field and the crowd there starts giving a big round of applause for Aaron and chanting Aaron's name. And he's mic'd up, of course. And he looks over at Zach Wilson and says, "You haven't seen anything like this before, have you?"
Oh, this is how it is with the big kid.
And then he trots off. But it's absolutely true. My other takeaway is you always hear the big iron sharpens iron, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
To watch Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner go at each other just in passing drills.
Right.
Those two are, and they're great friends on the show and anything, but they make each other better, man. They had some heated route running and covering going on last night. I think when it's all said and done, you know who you get with Aaron Rodgers. It'll be a little different, but I think fans will really enjoy Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner a little bit more.
Well, I think their best player is Garrett Wilson. And I've said this before, Devontae Adams, as good as he is, I think Garrett Wilson will go down as the best receiver to ever play with Aaron Rodgers.
Well, he's getting a seasoned Aaron Rodgers in the youth of his career, so maybe that works out really good for him. But Hard Knocks last night, and you feel, for Zach Wilson, you're like, yeah, it's not your team anymore, my man. It's Aaron Rodgers' team. He's the face of it all, and
Zach's 24 years old.
Yeah,
and he's got a lot of money. Yeah, he's gonna be fun.
Good-looking kid too.
When we come back, a lot more going on from Ocean City, Maryland. This is the Next Round, being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We're back in a moment.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call waynes.com.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A-plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew there cooking up lunch, dinner for you today. Destination, it has been open now for 1 minute and 51 seconds. So you can get in there and order it. Doesn't matter if you're the first one in or the last one in. It is cooked to order, piping hot Southern fried chicken, brined overnight. Just a wonderful flavored, juicy chicken. Just it's scrumptious. I promise you that it is. And then you got the Mississippi Delta recipe, tamales, all the great sides, and a lot more. Champy'sChicken.com. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Perfect for your tailgate or office meetings this work year or football season. All right, new hour of the show here. We're at the Residence Inn Marriott Ocean City, and you guys, you found them on YouTube over there.
Yeah, we picked up some new. These are just people here on vacation at the pool, and they stopped me in the break. I was walking over to the restroom.
What part of the country are they from?
I don't know. He'll have to hit us in the chat room because he's hit us up at the chat room now. So, yeah, from they're here on vacation. They stopped me, asked what we had going. They pulled it up on YouTube, so they're over at their cabana watching us right now.
It looks like a table of athletes. Like, are you guys
baseball players
here for baseball or soccer or lacrosse?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Nice kids. They'll have to tell us where they're from, but they see us on YouTube right now. So everybody give them a welcome on YouTube. Good to have them.
All right. So in this hour, let's get back a little bit to college football as we're 17 days away from the start of the season. And I've got 4 teams, LT and Brownie, that I want to offer up as contenders or pretenders this year. Contenders or pretenders, because a lot of this offseason, they've been talked about a lot. So, in fact, let's make this the Michelson look forward of the day. Contenders or pretenders, brought to you by our friends at Michael's.
205-969-8100. That's the number you need to write down. The number that I called more than 2 decades ago. I was wearing contacts for almost a decade. I was wasting money each and every year on the contacts and solution. If you're doing it right now, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You owe it to yourself to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Again, call 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Chat room, what's happening?
No, I'm laughing at you. I don't know. Random things make me laugh, but I remember the other day you sponsored an a-hole of the day.
Yeah. Asshole of the day. Yeah.
Well,
Greg was all about it.
He put a sponsor on it.
Yeah.
And the next day, Greg in the chat room said, I'm tuning in late if I missed Jimmy's a-hole of the day yet.
Yeah.
It's like you were going to do one every day.
Asshole of yesterday was after our show, but it was whoever was sitting in front of LT on our flight to Salisbury.
Oh, I saw that coming the minute we boarded the plane.
We hugged it out.
You did?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the guy, so I'm sitting there, and halfway through the flight, he decides to drop his chair all the way back.
Yeah, he reclines, and I even looked. I saw it happen. I pointed to LT.
Well,
and
and
I was
what do I do immediately, Dunaway?
You start banging the back of that chair, which that's where I saw it coming, because when y'all first got on the plane, Lance sat down, and this was not the biggest plane in the world. I mean, this is one of those, I don't know what they called them, but it's the 1 row on one side, 2 on the other. Smallest plane you can find, right? From Charlotte to Salisbury, Maryland. And the minute Lance sits down, Lance is 6'3".
Yeah.
Minute Lance sits down, his knees are in the back of that seat. And I immediately thought, if somebody's sitting in that seat, this is going to be interesting to see.
Well, it ended up not being uncomfortable, because what I did was uncomfortable for him. He dropped it back, and I locked my knees with pressure against him, so it was pushing him up, but I was locked in. And so then he turned around, and I said, I'm not moving my knees. I was like, you decided to drop your chair back.
Yep.
And then it got, for a minute, almost got heated, and
then y'all knuckled it out. Now, was I asleep when it almost got heated? Because all I saw was the knuckle out.
You did most of you slept. It seemed like you had your eyes closed and were sleeping a lot of both flights out.
Yeah, I nodded out.
I would tell you this, though, that as I watched it happen, yes, he describes it correctly that knees were pressed against the back of the chair. What he's not describing to you is that there is a part of alcohol intake for Lance.
Oh, I knew that.
That he gets to a level that he becomes he becomes a dancer.
Yeah, because here's what I saw.
A street dancer or a seat dancer.
Here's what I saw across the aisle.
Yeah. So I think I have video of that at some point. I guess I could send it to Taylor.
Yeah, that's what I saw. And knees in the back of the chair the whole time. And I'm like, we're not done with this flight yet. This is going to be discussed at some point.
I think the dancing was more of the edible.
Yeah. Oh, I would imagine.
I'll tell you this. I got on that plane and didn't have a care in the world.
Yeah. Oh, I saw that too. Yeah.
And that was the point. Again, I have major anxiety when it comes to flying.
Hey, so do you guys think?
I just found out our buddy Tim Melton, employee number 12, has it too.
Oh, flight anxiety.
Yeah, I don't know how he would fit on a flight.
That's what I was about to say. He's got to be first class. There's no way that guy can fly anything but first class.
Impossible.
Hey, so do you guys think the juice is worth the squeeze on leaning the chair back on the plane?
It's not.
I mean, you don't get that much benefit from it. I really don't understand why people even do it.
And you're going to irritate, if somebody's not behind you, sure. If it's a kid and you turn around and say, hey, can I, push this back a little bit?
Yeah, but I mean, really, it doesn't make that big of an impact. I've leaned it back and I'm like, I can't even really tell it's leaned back, to the point Like sometimes they come by and ask you to lean it back up, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know I was leaning back. I'm sorry. You know, like when they're landing, like, can you lean your chair back up, sir? And I'm like, oh, I didn't know I did.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to recline.
Sometimes it's that way. I
sat
never
down.
do it. If it's that way
I'm
when I
with you.
get there, I just
Yeah.
never knew it. I've sent the video to Forrester. Forrester, get Rockstar to tell me you have it. And this is
Oh yeah, you can use it, Dunaway. It's not a big deal.
this is very low key, Lance. It's not big air drum or anything. This is just him bobbing a little bit to the beat.
I appreciate you filming me, not knowing you were filming me, and then sending it off for everybody to see.
Wow.
And I haven't even seen it.
Wow.
Forrester,
content.
Maybe we shouldn't do it, Forrester. We'll get it checked out. I'll get paper signed in between.
I don't care. It's fine.
The content is there.
Zach said, wait, Jim and LT were drinking last night? If you missed the Ask Us Anything from Charlotte Airport, it was off the rails pretty quick and never got back on.
Well, I told you in break. So I was drinking the Wicked Weed Pernicious.
Oh, that's right.
That we've got in studio. Well, it's 7.5 ABV. And if I start drinking IPAs, it is like me drinking bourbon. And they go down great. They taste delicious. But the effect they have on me is, especially if I get into a decent number of IPAs.
Hey, Rockstar, you know what else happened?
Give me a hint.
Go ahead. I know that was a very broad question. So Jimmy Paper Ticket.
Jimmy Paper Ticket. I didn't have a paper ticket.
Or somebody had a paper ticket because I'm on the plane and I'm like, where are these two idiots? So I called Dunaway and he goes, he's out of breath. He goes, what gate is it? And I said, E45. He goes, I'm at E7. My ticket says E7.
Yeah, it was on the digital ticket, E7.
So, and I had to stop the nice, what was her name? You sang her name. Oh, you don't remember that?
Tana.
Tanya?
It was Tanya.
Yeah.
Tamanya.
You know what she said? I was like, hey, listen, these two passengers right here, they didn't get the gate changed, so they went to the wrong gate. And she said, well, what was the original gate? We're at E45. I said, well, I told them that. She goes, where are they? I said, E7. She goes, they got 7 minutes. They'll make it.
Yeah.
She was not the least bit concerned.
That's when they called us on the speaker.
Yeah.
So that happened to y'all?
Yeah.
So we got that in Birmingham and in Charlotte.
We almost missed 2 flights. I've never almost missed a flight in my life.
Yeah.
I've
only missed one, and it wasn't my fault.
Yeah. So Rockstar, apparently the flight from Birmingham to Charlotte, they were ready to get that thing on the road. All right.
Ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
All I read in the headlines is that delays, cancellations, and it's 12 minutes before we're supposed to, be at leave.
Yeah, we're like, just around the corner from the gate, Rockstar. So we stopped to get a drink, and we're just sitting there talking, the three of us. We've gone through security, everything's good. And we get to go to the bathroom, and Lance was, I think, finishing up the tab, taking care of the tab or whatever, or finishing a drink. And we go to the bathroom.
Thank you, by the way.
And Dunaway and I are in the bathroom, and we hear, this is the final boarding call for for American Airlines flight 904, full service to Charlotte. And Dunaway goes, Brown, is that our plane? I go, that is our plane. He goes, that just said final boarding call. And by the time, as soon as Dunaway gets that out of his mouth, the next announcement, it's all over all of Birmingham Airport. Passengers, Dunaway, Brown, and Taylor, please report to gate 2. And I told Dunaway, Rockstar, I said, if she just entered Bud Light, basically it was the show open. They just had the show open if she just said Bud Light.
We were the only ones not on that plane, ready to go ahead of schedule, by the way. Way to go, American Airlines. Right? Is that American? Is that what
it was American.
Yeah. Hats off American Airlines being ahead of schedule on both of our flights. The show being brought to you, as we told you, by our friends at Michelson on this look ahead, the segment that you did tell us about Michelson.
I
right?
did. Yeah.
The Michelson look ahead is pretender or contenders. I got 4 teams, 4 scenarios here. One of them, since we're in Big Ten country, Penn State. Contender or pretender? LT first, because he's been pretty adamant about this.
I am going to go pretender as far as a college football playoff.
That's what all this is about.
Yeah, it's pretender.
Yeah, I think they're 9-3, 10-2. I think they're going to be a good team. I just don't think they're good enough to beat Michigan or Ohio State.
Yeah, I was never a huge Sean Clifford guy. I don't know if you guys were big Sean Clifford guys.
Average quarterback.
But that guy was
solid college quarterback.
He was starting for a reason. And I know everybody you talk to up there says this new guy is going to change the way
Drew Eiler.
Penn State looks, Drew Eiler. And really the only time I saw him significantly was against Auburn in mop-up duty. So you couldn't really tell anything in that, right? I don't think I watched him one time last year where the game was in doubt or it mattered what he did. So I don't know what you're getting with this guy, but it's hard to believe
supposedly a better passer.
That's what they say.
Less likely to run.
Yep.
Let's his receivers run routes and stuff, and we'll let the running backs actually be running backs and not be part of the running game as much as he was.
So they say that it's going to get better at quarterback with him in there. As much as Sean Clifford played for them and as much as he did for them, that's a little difficult for me to believe. So I'm going to say pretender.
I think they get one of them, though. I think they beat either Michigan or Ohio State.
So you think they're 11-1?
11-1, yeah, or 10-2.
Well, 11-1's a contender.
Yeah. Okay. Here's another.
All right. I think they lose both of those.
From what used to be ACC country here in Maryland, Ocean City. So we'll go to the ACC. Florida State, contender or pretender?
I think they're a contender for this reason, Lance. They're going to get to play Clemson twice with no divisions. They're going to get that first Clemson game in Death Valley. The second Clemson game potentially would obviously be in the ACC championship. That's the only one they have to win. If they now, I say that if they lose to LSU and Clemson, that is really, really tricky. They're going to need some help.
I think a two-loss ACC champion's not going to be as.
I mean, again, we always say you got to tell me everything else that happens. We don't know what else is going to happen. I will still say contender though, because you can't sit here and tell me they're going to lose to LSU and lose both those games against Clemson. You can't tell me that, right? So I'll say contender.
So I think they're going to be good. They were 9 wins last year, right? Or were they 10-3?
I think they ended up 10-3. Yeah,
10-3. Their 3 losses were all one-possession games, but they got to go to Death Valley. I think Clemson's offense will be improved, so I think that's a loss. And I think LSU
that's a toss-up.
Going to end up.
You think they're going to kill them?
I think they'll win it by double digits. Yeah.
I mean, if they win that game by double digits, that's the story coming out of week 1. Is everybody will be all on LSU's bandwagon at that point.
The ocean breeze has picked back up to where
it
feels perfect again. And that little pause, I thought I'd lost you for a second.
No,
I thought you dozed off for a second.
I was
because I could
contemplating where I am.
I could take a nap right now.
Hey, and much like you are on Heupel, I'm like that with Mike Norvell. Look,
I'm
really
not a big
good
Norvell
job
guy.
last year. He flipped it around, but I want to see it back-to-back years, and I want to see it when the spotlight's back on them. Guys like Danny Cannell saying they should be ranked higher than LSU, which I don't get. What does it matter? As long as they take care of business.
I mean, we had fun with Connor O'Gara yesterday, messing with him. But the preseason poll, what does it even matter? And everybody will line up and say there shouldn't be a poll until week 8 or whatever, till mid-October. And we say this every year. Save this preseason poll, go to week 8, and look at the week 8 poll, and you tell me what you think it would look like if it only came out on week 8.
Right. It would look like week 8's poll.
Like week 8's poll always looks, yeah.
It always does. One more. Actually, 2 more. Texas out of the Big 12. Contender or pretender?
I think you got to say contender. You know how Lance and I feel about Sark. I'm not. I don't 100% trust him, but I think they're going to be really good on offense. I think they're obviously the favorite as we've entered the 11 o'clock hour and Lance prays towards SoFi Stadium. I think they're going to be a really good offense, and I think if they beat Alabama. And they could do that. They almost did it last year. If they beat Alabama, they can absorb that one loss in the Big 12 and still be fine.
Again,
so contender.
Yeah, I'm going to go contender just based on the fact I don't know why, because they haven't won a Big 12 since 2009, but they have all the talent in the world, and I think they're going to be able to outscore opponents to the Big 12. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of Sark as far as a guy that is going to run a program, but who knows? Maybe his third time around with probably his best job. I'll even say better job than USC right now because Texas heading to the SEC. Boy, there's a lot of pressure, and I know you disagree with this, Dunaway, but if I'm a Texas fan and I don't get to a college football playoff this year,
hugely disappointed.
I'm upset.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small window, needle to thread there.
But all you got to do is take care of the Big 12.
One more, and that is this. Any SEC team not named Georgia, contender or pretender?
Oh, Alabama, yeah, absolutely, Alabama
and LSU
and LSU,
yeah, both.
That's an easy one. That's the easiest one you gave us.
And you know what? I'm going to put A&M as a contender.
Oh boy, is he high on the Ags? All it took.
Tell us more about that.
Well, I just think there could be a 3-way tie in the West. I think you could have 3 teams 11-1, and I don't know how that works out. You guys help me out. A&M beats Alabama in College Station. LSU beats A&M. Alabama beats LSU.
Yeah.
By the way, our food's not going to be in the final hour. So
no, it's right here. This is going to be very game day like too. They're going to serve it up to us. Hey, by the way, Book Tart Automotive chat room. You know who's made an appearance? Lady Maggie.
Oh yeah, she texted me and she goes, "Is this real life?"
Better put SPF on that tat, Jimmy, she says, and everybody's welcoming Maggie to the chat room. She says, glad to see y'all. Just had to check and see what my hubs is up to while I'm working in ministry.
Bring it on out.
Come on,
man.
come on. It's just like come on around back. Yeah, come on
around
around back.
Set it over here. It's fine.
All right, so here comes lunch. What do we have here? Crab dip, fellas. Crab dip.
He's gonna tear that apart.
Boy, look at this. Oh my word.
Those are huge.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Oh, Lance, is that a seared tuna? Tuna, Lance.
Oh, look at this.
Pass that to Lance. There's some tuna.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is all happening. We need V Money. We need restaurant.
What
What's
restaurant?
What restaurant we have here, V Money? Solstice? Solstice Hotel Bar and Grill. Okay. At the Hilton Garden Inn here in Ocean City, Maryland. This looks fantastic. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Are you head chef?
So is that salmon right there?
Get his name, Brownie.
What's your name? Lou Ortiz.
BLT.
Yeah, Lou Ortiz, head chef at Solstice. Thank you, guys. What's your name? Lawrence, the food and beverage manager. Lori's the general manager of the Hilton Garden Inn.
Do we have an extra headset over there?
We do not, Jim.
We do not?
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, you can take mine.
Yeah.
I'll go get us drinks before trash.
We do have a quick break here, and then we'll get to the trash segment of the show today as we're here at the Residence Inn Marriott Ocean City. And we'll tell you more about this great restaurant and the food we're about to eat here. LT, you've already got your bowl ready to go, don't you?
Tuna bowl.
Is that peach?
Yeah, peach, fresh avocado, cucumbers, some red onion.
Seaweed salad, he says. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
And we got the oysters.
What a meal.
Ready to go here. A little lunchtime on the ocean front here. More college football coming up after trash. This is the next round. Remember to like, subscribe wherever you're watching us today. We're back to Ocean City, the Residence Inn Marriott, after this quick timeout.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
It's time for the ultimate football season kickoff party presented by Rotary District 6860. It's the 14th annual Boiling and Bragging, Saturday, August 19th from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's all at Odie's Tavern in Mountain Brook. The event benefits the Critical Care Transport Unit at Children's of Alabama. For more information, visit boilingandbragging.org. We'll see you there on a Saturday night, August 19th at Odie's. More details at boilingandbragging.org.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Corey?
Hey, back with you to Ocean City, Maryland, the Residence Inn in Marriott. Brown is entertaining and talking to our guests who are in from the Solstice Bar and Grill. Let's talk to them a little bit about this food before we get to trash, Brownie.
All right, Lori is the general manager of the entire property there. So tell us about Ocean City and your property.
Absolutely. So we are the new Hilton Garden Inn, Ocean
Right.
City. We are an oceanfront property located on 28th Street. We just reopened 9 weeks ago.
Okay.
Beautiful property, great renovation. Inside we have Solstice Oceanfront Bar and Grill, which is open for breakfast, lunch, dinner. We have happy hour Monday through Friday, and we're open to the public as well as our hotel guests.
I like this. It's like friendly fire because you're technically a competitor, but you and Keith obviously get along, and that's good stuff.
We do. It's a bigger goal in Ocean City. The way that we look at it is it's all about tourism and
Right.
it's really driving tourism through our town and growing the community here. So all of the hotels here work together really well. The restaurants do too. And Keith and I are also on the Ocean City Hotel, Motel, and Restaurant Association board together.
So as kids going back to school already affected the crowd down here, or not so much up here?
Not so
Because our
much,
kids are
not
going back this week.
We're still seeing very strong occupancy in town, which is great. In another week or so, we'll start to see a little bit of a dip. We'll hit the holiday weekend, which will be very strong in the market. And September is honestly my favorite time to be in town. A lot of the crowds have left, so you can get in very easily to the hotels, into the restaurants. Great second season specials all around.
And,
Highly
and great
recommend
weather,
it.
I would imagine, right?
Yeah, the weather is fantastic.
Local summer is what they call September. I like that. That's very good.
On this,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Salmon BLT.
Yeah, extra summer.
Salmon BLT, man. This looks delicious. I don't know if I've ever seen a salmon
I don't
BLT.
think you can get your mouth around that.
Well, that's
was
a
that a challenge?
That is a challenge. In fact, that's what that is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Take,
well,
take one bite, and we'll
Yeah.
we got your back.
Pull the mic up. Take a bite. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
does that mean it's mine the rest of the way, though? If
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No. That's it for Dunaway. So Dunaway's going to take a bite. So if people,
What kind of bread is this? So
what
this
kind of
is
bread?
That's on a ciabatta.
Ciabatta.
Ciabatta, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll need some silverware. I'm gonna cut it in half.
Hey, so if people come to Ocean City, Maryland, they find what? If you've never been to Ocean City, Maryland, what will I find here?
You'll find a very family-friendly community here.
Yeah.
We've got great activities on the beachfront as well as on the bayside. A lot of great restaurants, shops,
Right.
boardwalk with a lot of amusements. A
Uh-huh.
lot to do in town.
Yeah. So what is the one thing that if somebody said I can only do one thing in Ocean City, what is it?
Hit the beach all day long.
All day long at the beach. You're headed out there this afternoon, I think.
I
right?
think so. So just right across, right?
Right across.
Okay.
Just a few steps away.
Can we get the chef on headset here, and he can tell us? You mind handing him the headset? He can tell us everything we got here before we get to trash. Dunaway's about to try the salmon BLT. So what all did you bring us today?
So we kind of brought you a taste of a lot of our local favorites.
Right.
Obviously, like we're here on the coast, so we want to be able to showcase a lot of the delicious fresh seafood that we have here on a regular basis. You got your tuna poke bowl. You got oysters Rockefeller, which are just a classic. And
Those I just
they
had
look
one
good.
fantastic.
Yeah, I love oysters Rockefeller.
I mean, they're here fresh daily. You
Yeah.
know, it's difficult to beat coast seafood when you're here. And that's what people gravitate to naturally. What he's enjoying right now is our fresh salmon BLT. So fresh cut salmon, blackened, sliced bacon, tomatoes, like a nice remoulade sauce on a crispy ciabatta bread. So that's it's hearty, and like you guys are joking around, it's a hefty sandwich, but
Yep.
it's a salmon BLT. You want it to be great,
Right.
Yep.
And it's vacation.
It's vacation, exactly. You want to all people. You want to give them an experience that's going to make them want to come back. And then you also have our classic crab cake, which you can't go wrong with in this region. I mean, it's Maryland after all, so that's always kind of the pride and joy of anybody's establishments, especially ours. So you have like a nice brioche, soft flaky brioche bun with a fresh lettuce, tomato, a nice house blend that we make for our crab cakes with local Maryland crab. So it's delicious. And then obviously, uh, for with the Delmarva region and everything, you got your Philly cheesesteak. So we had to bring that down with your cheddars and your provolones and onions and all that and whatnot, and cooked down with a little bit of jus as well. So
How far is Philly?
Philly from here,
2.5. Yep.
It's amazing. On the East Coast, you can pretty much get anywhere in the Astros.
We'll discuss that.
Okay.
We'll discuss that. Hey, thank you guys so much. It's
Yeah,
great
this
meeting
is
you.
great.
Appreciate you coming
Fantastic.
by. Fantastic food.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. You hand the headset to him.
Yeah,
there.
we just leave it
yeah,
there.
just set it right there.
Thank you,
That's
guys.
perfect.
Yep.
Thank you, guys, and thank you for the food. That's delicious there. The salmon BLT. I'd never had one. It was wonderful. Again, Solstice Bar and Grill, right on 28th Street here in Ocean City, Maryland, and a great set of food here. We'll get to trash coming up in just a second. But as always, when we're back home, when you don't have a Solstice Bar and Grill or an ocean front-facing hotel, you have Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster, and you get by there and enjoy that great chicken from Sterling and the crew. I'd love to see Sterling up here. Maybe we should bring it. Maybe it'd be maybe we should have an interconference battle. We'll bring
Right.
Sterling up here against Chef Lou there, and they have some kind of cook-off up here in Ocean City. I like my man Sterling right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Get by there, champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com. Before we go to trash, I will tell you that the Braves win last night. The Acuna X-ray was negative, but we'll see if he plays tonight. Again, they're playing Pittsburgh. Braves won it last night, 8-6. The Angels finally won a game last night. Their first win since the trade deadline.
Now, that pace is not going to get them in the postseason.
Not at this rate. Not at this rate. And if you're keeping up with my Tampa Bay Rays, we lost yet another player in Shane McClanahan, our big star pitcher.
That's a problem.
Likely done for the year. He was 11-2 with a 3.20 ERA, and that is not good for the Tampa Bay Rays. All right, much more to get to now. Trash is right here. Rockstar, let's hit the big button, man.
Congratulations, the Cure Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees 2019. Are you as excited as I am?
By the sounds of it, no.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, buying a house, major milestone in life, getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right. For more information, 815-9200 or mortgageright.com/TNR. Boy, bad story here. The owner of a cheese factory in northern Italy has died after being crushed when thousands of his cheese wheels fell on him.
Oh, man. That's a bad way to go, too.
74-year-old Giacomo Ciparani, local producer of a Parmesan-style hard cheese that is very popular in Italy, was in his warehouse near the city of Bergamo on Sunday evening, tending to some of his 15,000 cheese wheels that were aging.
You know my headline?
Get ready.
Not Gouda.
Doesn't
Death
get any,
by cheese.
Doesn't get any cheddar than that.
Oh, Rockstar. Rockstar.
Yeah.
He will be Swissed.
Well, if he,
It was
his
a
wife,
short death.
his wife may have a good queso.
Right. It's terrible. Somebody died. What are y'all doing? Why would y'all make fun of somebody's death?
This is a blue cheese moment, right?
It is, Lance.
All of a sudden, 30-foot high shelf holding these wheels, which weighed 44 pounds each, gave way. So do the math, 15,000 times 44.
Yeah, I can't do that math, but it's
Anyway,
going to get you quick.
yeah, he
Was there
flat.
was there anybody else in the warehouse, or was he?
Yeah, warehouse worker near the door,
Was
one of
it-
his eyeballs popped out and hit the guy.
It was a joke. Let me finish the line.
Okay.
But anybody else in the warehouse, or was he provolone? No, go ahead.
Melton in the chat room said the worst part is this was all a game of truth and dairy.
A friend and neighbor of the victim said that his son, Tizano 50, went to the warehouse after a machine that cleans the cheese wheels from mold sent an alarm signal. They said after they fixed the problem, the son left the warehouse while his father restarted the machine. Seconds later, everything fell on him. Now, they went on to say, Tizano told me he heard a massive noise, turned around, saw his father buried under thousands of cheese wheels. He knew that he had to get out seconds later or he'd be dead too. Fire brigade was called and arrived within minutes, but there was little they could do to save him.
So there was a fire?
No, I mean, they came to try to
First
take care of it.
responders. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
they haven't decided what the cause of death was. It was either death due to asphyxiation or crushed to death. I'm going to say crushed to death.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that one. I don't think the family's really going to care on that, but yeah, I'm going to go with that.
And if I'm Giacomo, I'm hoping I got hit in the head and knocked out cold.
Yeah, I never knew it was coming. And if I'm the son, I probably got a pretty good lawsuit. You will never get this to the camera.
You don't think so?
No, against the wind. The wind's going to die here. Yeah, low. Ball one.
Was low.
Yeah.
Loch
It did
Ness
technically get to the camera.
It did, but ball one.
The
Not the strike
Loch
zone.
Ness Center in Scotland is calling for, quote, budding monster hunters and volunteers to join in what it dubs the largest search for the Loch Ness Monster since the 1970s.
Have you guys ever cared about this?
No, when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was fascinating as a kid just
Yeah.
because you want to believe in monsters and mythical things. Now, the new surface water
Pickle's
search
a little crunchier.
Yeah.
for the fabled Nessie planned for the weekend of August 26th and 27th. Too bad we can't go. We're going to be at the Floribama.
Yep. I'll take the Floribama over a look for Nancy.
Now, it's billed as the largest of its kind since the Loch Ness Investigation Bureau studied the loch for signs of the mystical beast back in 1972. Now, the Loch Ness Center is located in the old Drumachich Hotel, where in 1933, the manager reportedly spotted a water beast in the lake.
Right.
Numerous theories or explanations have been put forward over the years, including that the creature may have been a prehistoric marine reptile, a giant eel, or a swimming circus elephant. I'm going to go swimming circus elephant. I've never heard of that one.
By the way, if you don't think B Money has us pegged already, she was like, you want another drink? And I was like, no. And she goes, I didn't think so, my little Taylor Swift fan.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
You've been watching the show.
Talking shit already.
Anyway, Loch Ness Center said its team's going to deploy drones equipped with infrared cameras so they can produce thermal images of the water from the air. Hydrophone will also be used to detect acoustic signals under the water. What do they do if they find it?
Yeah. I mean, because it's one of those things like Rockstar, you always talk about this Amelia Earhart deal that comes out every year. But I mean, like if they find it, not half the people aren't going to believe it's real. And even if you prove it's real, Rockstar, what have you gained from this?
I don't know. Give it a reality show. It's like the people that the UFO hunter or the Bigfoot hunters on Travel Channel. You know they haven't found it because you haven't seen anything in the news. But they have like 15 seasons of like, we heard a sound. Tonight's the night. We heard a sound. What are you going to do when you find them?
Exactly.
I guess give them some
I
big jerky.
I don't care if there's a Bigfoot.
Bigfoot tears the ass out of somebody.
Like, I mean, why would
Literally.
you care if there's a Bigfoot? He ain't bothering anybody, is he?
Right.
I mean, he's just
That's
trying.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's trying to be that anonymous.
Yeah.
And he's trying to live out his life
That's
wherever
right.
he is.
Why do I care?
Yeah, and I think if somebody does poke, I hope it's like the what's the jerky stick?
Jack Links. Yeah. You hope it's like a Jack Links commercial?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, I could not figure out. I was on vacation when all this happened, but those old boys that were in that submarine, that man-made submarine looking for.
Just hold it.
All right.
The founder of OceanGate wants to send 1,000 people to colonize Venus. I mean, you got some Mensa members here at OceanGate.
I thought he died.
Well, the co-founder of OceanGate, the company behind the Titan submersible that
brains
you
of
were
the
talking
bunch?
about there, Brown, that
Yeah.
was thought to have suffered a underwater implosion. I don't think it was thought to have suffered. I think it did.
Yeah. I think that's 100%.
Killed all 5 people aboard. Well, they've got a brand new genius idea. They want to send 1,000 people to live in the sulfuric acid clouds of Venus.
Do you know how bad that would smell? The smell of sulfur is awful.
Okay, as of now, there's no conceivable way for humans to set foot on Venus, so the only way for travelers to experience life on the planet is to somehow set up shop in its dangerous atmosphere. Sounds like fun, right?
Yeah. Dangerous. Did you say dangerous atmosphere, Lance?
Dangerous atmosphere.
Yeah. Do you want to live in a dangerous atmosphere?
I really don't. Now, having launched the Humans to Venus Foundation, OceanGate co-founder Guillermo Solon has pivoted to the inhospitable planet, saying he hopes to pursue the Venus dream even after the Titan tragedy. Now, Venus's intense heat and crushing air pressure, 90 times that of the Earth, and equivalent to the pressure of about 3,300 feet deep in the ocean, means the longest any spacecraft has survived on the surface is a little over 2 hours, a record held by the Soviet Union back in 1981. There isn't any liquid water on Venus, but there are thousands of volcanoes, many of which are active. Now, according to a mechanical engineer, Balin Wu at Northeastern University, he said, quote, "It's basically like what I would imagine hell to look like."
Oh, well, let's just start doing that. When we have some bad people in trash, let's just start sending them to Venus instead of the island.
Now, here are some of the other challenges. Extreme environment that includes radiation, temperature, pressure, food, water, and breathable air. They said it would, quote, could be overcome. If humanity is to become a multi-planet species, we need as many options as possible. So we should explore all possibilities. If we're really this concerned that our planet's about to burn out, I would rather just burn out than go to Venus.
Yep. And by the way, you couldn't handle the pressure of going to where the Titanic is sank, your company. I'm not going to trust you with that kind of air pressure outside of Venus. So no thank you to OceanGate.
Yeah, it's a hard pass for me. Like, I didn't understand those old boys that went down there to find the Titanic. You know it's there, right? Like, does anybody debate that the Titanic sunk and it's the bottom of the ocean? Is that even a debate?
Yeah, no, there's a myth out there that the Titanic didn't exist. Or no, it was sunk by somebody else.
Yeah, but nobody debates that it actually sunk and it's the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
Nobody smart anyway. All right, so I know it's there, right? Why do I need to go see it?
Yeah, like I can watch it on like National Geo.
You see a movie about it.
And
Golden
again,
Gate
you're not
Bridge is
actually
there. Why
touching
would
it
you
or
want to go
seeing
see
it.
it?
That's right.
You're just watching it on a video camera that's outside of your submarine.
What's that, Rockstar?
Said the Golden Gate Bridge is there. Why would you want to see it? Alabama plays every weekend. Why would you want to go see them?
I don't have to get in a submarine that some old boy made in his backyard to go see the Golden Gate Bridge. I can go see it. I'm just saying, like, why go to the extra risk to see the Titanic?
People like this stuff. My older brother Shane said if they send another one down, I would go.
It makes no sense.
Makes zero sense.
I will say Shane is full of shit.
I would agree with Dunaway on that. And I can't tell you how little I want to live on Venus. I mean,
yeah. Again, I would rather
I'd rather
I'd
rather live in Buffalo.
No, how about this? You can live in the atmosphere of Venus on a spaceship, or you got to live on Earth, zombie apocalypse.
But that's not real. I mean, that's made for television. There's no such thing as a zombie apocalypse.
You don't know that.
You really
I
don't
do.
know that.
I do.
So you think the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot aren't real?
I do think both of those are not real, too.
This is real. A boy denied booze at a luxury Upper East Side hotel has since mounted a campaign of defamation, sending paid protesters to chant strange allegations that the five-star destination supports Jeffrey Epstein and has mice, according to court records. Now, the Mark
Which
Hotel...
is worse? Supporting Jeffrey Epstein or mice?
Well, if I'm going to eat there or drink there, the mice. The Mark Hotel on East 77th Street between 5th and Madison Avenues, whose visitors include a lot of the Met Gala guests, filed a defamation lawsuit against Theodore Weintraub back in July, according to court records. Workers said the would-be drinker has been spotted sitting in a parked Cadillac across the street, smirking as protesters for a hire chant at his behest. Kid must have a lot of money.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, chants were even captured in a video of celebrity musician Drake leaving the hotel on July 17th when one protester could be heard, quote, "The Mark helped Epstein." Now, witnesses were obviously confused to what the connection between the two would be, and shockingly, it was an underage drinker that was denied service. Boy, what a pain in the ass kid do you think this guy is?
Oh, yeah.
Trust fund kid.
He'll be a total mess.
Never worked a day in his life.
Did he ever win a game in the SEC?
Nope.
Nope.
Not according to this, he didn't. Now, the Upper East Side boy was banned from the hotel after repeatedly trying to buy drinks at the Mark Bar with champagne, $90 a glass. He had a fake ID. He went on to say, with every passing failed attempt, Weintraub became increasingly aggressive with those refusing to serve him. Ultimately, the hotel deemed him, quote, someone not to be welcomed into the hotel. Now, protesters who told staff they were paid $25 an hour then began systematically appearing outside the hotel for hours. Now, the hotel hired extra security and shortened outdoor dining hours when Weintraub and his sign-toting staff began yelling at guests. They said it was like nonstop going up to every single table and back and forth for hours.
Most people in trash, I really don't get that guy either.
Well, that wind is like.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's zero chance you'll hit the camera all week as long as we got this wind.
And that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, 2 local locations if you're in Birmingham and Leeds, right there on Highway 280 in Birmingham. Again, if you're looking to buy a home, these are the experts. Let Mortgage Right help you out. Go online, mortgageright.com/TNR, 205-815-9200.
But anywhere in the country, right, too?
Oh, yeah. If you're in Maryland, if you want to buy a cottage up here at Ocean City.
The chat room thinks I'm about to get mad at Dunaway.
What are you going to get mad about?
We'll talk about it on the other side. Why the chat room thinks I'm going to get mad at Dunaway. It's a tease, Jim. Got to wait till the other side. You need to come back after the commercial break.
Well, if we're starting to do a laundry list, I've got about 5 for you. So let's go. All of that when we come back. Tell us about our friends at Woodhouse, LT, before we take a quick break here. Maybe Brown needs to go there and relax a little bit.
You don't have
always trying to put an end to the fun, the good times.
No, get in, see Casey.
This is your fault.
Incredible staff at Woodhouse Day Spa. You're going to be treated to the gift of luxury. Over 70 options, nail services, waxing, massages, facials. For information, woodhousespas.com, woodhousespasbirmingham.com, that is, or just stop by, see them. You can buy gift cards 24/7 online, or you can just stop into the Summit and tell them the next round sent you.
Has the back room got the pizza yet today? Has the pizza arrived yet? You Rockstar, you guys
We're
eaten
about
yet?
to order one. Seriously.
You what?
I said
that broke up for a second. What'd you say?
We're about to order one. Seriously. We're about to order pizzas.
Good.
Okay. All right,
Get a good one.
Okay.
Get a good one from our friends at Slice. By the way, I tried the.
not a bad one, right?
I ate half of the salmon BLT. Delicious. I had one of the oysters Rockefeller. Good. Took a slice of the crab cake.
The man that said he didn't like crab cake.
Hey, it was good. Well, fresh. I mean, I'll do anything fresh. Really, really good. You did not offer me the poke bowl.
Nope.
We're 2.5 hours away from Philly, but I'll give that a little pick here in a second. What'd you have over there?
This crab dip. You do not like crab? I would offered it. It's fantastic.
Did you have some?
Oh, yeah. It's fantastic. You want some, Lance?
Nah.
All right.
We appreciate the fine folks at Solstice Bar and Grill just down on 28th Street here in Ocean City, bringing us lunch today. We'll see what we're having for lunch tomorrow. We'll do our picks, and Coach put on the headgear when we come back here to Ocean City after this quick timeout.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceInOC.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
So you mean to tell me my wife, who had to Lance, I shot.
Your wife and what?
No, I had to. I got to get chili and boot
No,
camp.
we're laughing.
Oh,
We're laughing at you having a napkin on your head.
You had to get what? You had to get what?
I
Lance
got
is
to get
like,
chili and boot camp.
it's like we're doing the show in the Saudi Arabian desert with Lance.
We got to get chili at boot camp.
Yeah,
She's
yeah. I
gonna
mean,
be
that's
pissed.
right.
She's going today for a
Oh
full week.
boy, I bet she will not talk to you again.
My God.
Rockstar, do you think Lance is going to get any from Chile over the next month?
No. Nope.
So LT getting chili in the boot camp with a napkin on his head as we come back. But Maggie, she sent me a picture, says, "Is this really happening?" And it's a screenshot of me sitting here. And then I said, "I'm working." She goes, "Hard, apparently." And then she goes, "I'm all up in that chat."
Whoa.
And so what is she saying on the chat there?
She was talking earlier. Let me see if I can find something. The chat thinks I'm going to be mad at you.
Well, hold on a second. Here comes V Money.
Oh, V Money with another drink for Jimmy D.
Yeah, V Money.
Yeah. Thank you, V Money.
V Money. How beachy is that?
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
V Money bringing Dunaway a drink. V Money popular in the chat room too, by the way.
Oh.
Let's see. I don't see anything recently for Maggie. I think I read everything she's got. So,
Oh, you read some things? I missed that.
for yesterday, I literally read them on the show and you responded to them, Jim. So yesterday we did a show from the
You
Charlotte
responded to the text, Jay.
Airport. I know you responded to the text. You literally reacted to both of them.
Can you remember in your head what she said?
You know, she was just like, "Hey Jim, checking in on that tattoo or something." And you're like, "Oh, Maggie's in the chat room." And I said,
All of a sudden, I'm Eli Gold.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
I give her credit for listening.
I know. I'm
Me
sorry.
too.
First time she's put forth
no,
effort on the show.
No, let me tell you how this happened, right? It was somebody she works with or a friend was watching.
Right.
And somebody said, "Oh,
Your husband said crisscross applesauce barefoot.
somebody named V Money is bringing the guys drinks."
Yeah.
And
Oh,
You're trying to spread the gospel. You're
Yeah.
grinding it out.
yeah.
she had to get in to see who V Money was.
And
that
then
would
when
bring the
she
drinks.
saw V Money, she's like, "All right, no threat right there. I can go back to work." Yep.
Maggie got nothing to worry about.
Yep. So
because
yes,
Maggie is so awesome. is
that's
what you
right.
guys
Yeah,
are saying.
absolutely.
Not
yeah.
that I don't have a shot with V Money.
Oh, I would never insinuate that.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Mr. Riz.
you. Yeah. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much for complimenting my wife.
Jimmy Riz.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Put that on the t-shirt, Lunsford. All right, so
He does have a tattoo.
I
now.
do.
I know.
Which I fit in.
he's edgy.
I am beachy now.
Were you like,
Yeah.
which way is the bar?
I was like, V Money, can I get something with whipped cream on it?
She's like, what's that nursery rhyme on your bicep?
Is that a Taylor Swift lyric? How manly are you?
So
Stay in the shallow end,
yesterday
young
we
boy.
did a show from Charlotte Airport. You can go back and watch it and ask us anything. Randomly in the show, somebody asked us our surprise teams from the NFL, and I think LT went the Atlanta Falcons. Am I right about that, LT? You're surprised
the
me, Atlanta
Carolina
Falcons.
Panthers.
Yeah. Carolina Panthers is what Lance went
Same
with.
division.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I made fun of you, us being in Charlotte, that you were playing to the home crowd.
And
You know,
I
the
said,
Carolina
think about
Panthers.
that.
and I said Atlanta would win that division.
You did. Jim said Atlanta would win that division, but that's not a huge surprise. That division is bunched. Dunaway says,
My surprise team.
mine, and he
I remember. You want me to repeat it?
He angled it towards Lance to make him think he was going Rams, but then you came back and you said,
I think the Miami Dolphins will be the best team in the AFC. They'll have the best record in the AFC.
number one seed, you said.
Okay, so Jalen Ramsey's already gone down.
That's right.
Is this going to be Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, or Tua?
You named him. Today, joint practice with the Falcons, who the Dolphins play on Friday night. Tua is fine. Tyreek Hill is fine. Jalen Waddle goes down. Thank God walks off under his own power. They haven't commented on it yet, but
what did that look like? Do you know?
I didn't. I was here. We are barely 12 hours from Dunaway making that prediction. And Jalen Waddle has already had to go to the locker room. Thank God walking under his own power, but I've seen guys walk off under their own power, and they've got an ACL. If you take Jalen Waddle out of my life, Dunaway, I will never forgive you for this.
Don't worry about it. I mean, Matt can still throw it to Devontae all season. Well, wait. It's not the Alabama roster.
I'll tell you,
and
that's the thing. I think your team can be a contender
to
even win a Super Bowl, but those three pieces absolutely have to stay healthy.
I mean, that's the best. I think it's the best receiver combo in the NFL, Lance. Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
Devontae Smith, he continues to come up with A.J. Brown.
Well, you got nobody to pair with Cooper Kupp. You're thinking in your head.
Oh, man, Van Jefferson.
Oh, yeah.
Tutu Atwell.
Tutu Atwell and Cooper Kupp, right?
Van Jefferson.
Yeah, my guy. I'd have guessed Van Jefferson. I'd have guessed the Veterans Committee's putting Van Jefferson in the Hall of Fame last weekend.
I mean,
Van Jefferson.
Van Jefferson. I go Justin Jefferson, George Jefferson before I get to Van Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson. Van Jefferson.
You know, for a minute, you could have said Adam Thielen and
you could have.
Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson was fantastic.
Yeah, but now Thielen's on to the Carolina Panthers. But yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I think if I could have a pair, that might be the pair.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Now, again, I should stress, Mike McDaniel has not met the media yet. They were still practicing at last check during trash by me. But Jalen Waddle walked off under his own power, went straight to the locker room after being down on the field for a little bit. Less than 12 hours after this guy picked them to win the AFC regular season, be the number one seed. So
you got any more in Dolphins camp? I mean, you're doing this deep Dolphins dive here. Is it because we're in these colored chairs sitting by the ocean?
No, it's
you think all of a sudden we're a Miami podcast?
You made a big deal about it last night, knowing what you were doing, and you take away the one thing I look forward to for NFL Sundays.
I'll take Baltimore more wins this year than Miami.
What do you think my blood alcohol level was last night?
A lot. I was there.
Okay.
But that doesn't excuse poor choices.
Doesn't it?
No. Like if you had stripped your shirt off and ran through the airport waving it over your head, screaming "Death to America," and you got thrown into the clean.
I would never say that.
You got thrown into the clean. That was the part that got it right there. Yeah. Shirt off, waving it. Fine.
Yeah.
Death to America. No, you went too far.
Yeah.
And you got thrown into the clink, and the Charlotte Airport police are like, Mr. Dunaway, we're going to charge you with terroristic threats. You're like, do you know what my blood alcohol level is? You know what they're going to say?
Why does my voice get so high again? Why do I change voices when I'm confronted?
Arguing with the police.
I would tell you this. Let's do this as a poll question, Taylor, a Bud Light poll question. Taylor handling everything social media back in Birmingham at the command center there. She is the queen of content. I don't care what Melton jokes about early on. Taylor, make it this. Is alcohol an excuse for bad behavior?
I mean, what kind of poll question is that?
It could be an excuse, so we're still going to be.
You understand
you still have to take accountability.
What's that, Rockstar?
Is purple a color?
Taylor, put that up at a Bud Light poll question.
No, seriously. I mean, have you ever used that as an excuse before for something?
Well, of course he has.
Well, I mean, I think anybody that has gotten in trouble while they've been drinking probably uses that as an excuse. But again, there's still consequences.
Right.
You still got to take responsibility.
You understand there's a difference between an excuse and a reason, right?
I'm not saying there's no consequence.
An excuse is
there is a consequence. Jalen Waddle went down.
I'm just saying.
Thank you, Lance.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I was drunk.
Well, you're not drunk yet. Will you take the Dolphins win total over the Ravens?
What are you doing?
He's not going to do it. So
we've made so many stake bets. We made two last night
during
at the airport.
What were they?
One of them was I have Hugh Freeze winning the SEC championship before Josh Heupel.
Yep. And again, I think Hugh Freeze is a better coach. But Hypo's got 2-year head start.
No relation to V money. That's easy money for me right there.
Okay.
And then the other one was, I can't remember. I have it in my phone though.
Yeah, you were.
I did write it.
You were documenting them.
I liked it so much I wrote it in my phone.
You were definitely documenting. That is accurate during the show.
My phone is dying in the sun though. Apple 15 comes out September the 22nd.
You'll be first in line.
I will tell you this, Rockstar. What is they've got 3 upgrades. One of them's a faster processor. What do you think number 2 on their list is?
I would say
Rockstar
faster
jokes about this all the time.
processor. They probably have like the A7 chip, which is huge, and then they'll have probably a better camera, another camera. So it's up to 6 now. Another front-facing.
They're never
going to
make it waterproof.
I mean, he's.
You know why? Because they want you to drop it in the water. You know why? Because they want you to spend more money.
He is spot on every time
thinner.
with this. The second thing they list, the first one is fastest processor. The second thing they list, a better camera. I mean, my goodness, unless it's giving me x-rays, I don't think you can make a better camera. These cameras are great.
Lance is developing film over there. He needs a camera on his phone.
His own show going on now. He's got to get Chili into a.
I'll be done with this in a minute. I got to send vaccine.
You will not.
Records.
Yeah.
The other mistake bet was Drake May is not a top 5 pick in the NFL draft next year.
Oh yeah, I remember that. You two got a heated argument about Drake May being a top 5 pick.
Easy money. All right, that's the end of hour number 3. Son of Ocean City, Maryland, residence in Marriott. One more hour to go.
I can't see anything.
We're literally going to a commercial break. Can you not wait 30 seconds?
No. Why would he do that? One time he didn't hear you when you referenced him kneeling and praying to SoFi Stadium when he was down basically on his knees texting. I think he thinks when we're on these road shows, these 3 shots, that we're not on camera the entire time.
Yes. 24/7, we're on camera.
Like when we're in studio, it bounces tight shots.
Like
sometimes.
Scott would have looked at that.
Punch.
Actually,
are we trying to win? Like
some
kind of
an Emmy. Dunaway is missing the Emmys.
No, I just took him home. I just took him out of the office.
You were talking about doing it shirtless. What's worse, me with a napkin on my head or you shirtless?
Yeah. I'm not going to go shirtless. That was a tease that will not happen.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Keep that around. All right, one more hour to go. Tell us, LT, about one of our great sponsors. It's our friends at Bromberg's, man. You've known them a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, since 1836. Can you imagine
haven't
buying
known them since
buying a
1836.
diamond back then? You don't realize I'm a vampire from generations past?
You know, that would explain a lot.
Have you ever seen me in a mirror?
I have not.
Bromberg's family owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialist. If you're thinking about popping the question, please go see our friends at Bromberg's. Trust me, she's going to get excited when she sees that silver box. Nothing like giving or getting the silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. 2 locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also go online, shop there right now, brombergs.com.
Does drinking through a straw make you drunk faster? Another poll question.
No.
Does the alcohol sink to the bottom, though?
I mean, pouring a proper drink, you pour the alcohol first.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I think you're getting straight to the alcohol.
I don't. I mean, that should be balanced out.
I may be allergic to alcohol.
It doesn't take much for Miss Dunaway over here.
One more hour to go. We're back in a moment from Ocean City on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest. Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF Tough Dog GarageFloors.com or call 205-273-8813.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome back. Final hour of the show.
Doesn't bother me.
Actually looks better with my face covered, doesn't it? Final hour of the show from Ocean City, Maryland, Residence Inn and Marriott. Again, my wife asking, why are you guys there again?
I mean, like, she's got to ask that by now.
It's the 50th annual White Marlin Open. I don't know if you guys ever did this with your wives or significant others, but early in our marriage, I mean, I was a bachelor for a long, long time. Never thought I was going to get married. So I, like, you know, some days you just want to sit in your sports room and not watch anything.
Right.
And there was so many times that she would be like, hey, can we go to you want to go to the pumpkin patch this afternoon with the kids? And I was like, the pumpkin patch, baby. Are you kidding me? I mean, the 49ers are playing the Seahawks. This is the biggest game of the year.
Pumpkin patch was always a Tuesday night.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what I dislike about the pumpkin patch.
This wasn't about the pumpkin. I would make whatever sporting event was on.
Oh yeah, that was the biggest deal
in the world. Like,
oh, are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
We got Portugal playing Spain in soccer.
The Kansas 400 is on today.
Maybe.
And Chris Boucher's in the lead.
You expect me to miss this?
Walk out on this?
Lance is going to ask me about it first segment tomorrow.
The Wyndham Open is rain delayed. They could come back any second.
Yeah, there should be Saturdays around. Yeah, what I don't like about the pumpkin patch is you go and your wife wants you to dress like it's fall so you can get the photos, and it's always like 90 degrees. Still,
always.
Because it's still early October in Alabama, and it doesn't get cool until late in October.
Hey, they're printing money out of that pumpkin.
Hey, and no cloud cover, no trees, just out in dirt and pumpkins, and it's hot. That's miserable. I'm not a pumpkin patch guy.
Bay behind us, ocean over there. The Atlantic Ocean is over there. And pool is behind our camera with the great scenery that we've enjoyed all day at the Residence Inn Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. The food is from, let me get my teleprompter working here, the Solstice Bar and Grill on 28th Street. And we had a lot of great food here. The LT enjoyed the tuna poke bowl, and you kept raving about how good that was.
Oh, so good.
So we appreciate Chef Lou Ortiz. For throwing that together there for
Chef
us.
David Ortiz.
Rockstar Chef Lou Holtz would say what?
What's old V Money saying?
Oh. What's your problem with V-Money,
No,
Rockstar?
that'll become a topic in the
I
next,
know.
next Back
already.
Room podcast.
Yeah,
V-Money and drinks by the beach.
No.
Well, I mean, why did you bring V-Money up, Rockstar?
She's been brought up nonstop. I got my dinner
Well,
ready.
Well, I mean, how do you say thank you without saying their name?
She's bringing us drinks. What are we supposed to say?
Okay.
We'll go Victoria next time.
Victoria, thank you very much, Victoria.
Victoria, thank you for your contributions
Yes.
to.
The back room does not want us to use the nickname you gave us for yourself.
That is that's a name you don't hear a lot anymore.
What, Victoria?
Yeah.
Yeah.
V-Money.
V-Money. Well, both of them, actually. Yes.
Yeah, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Hydro.
They've got a V-Money mentions count on the video. Y'all can't see the video. 724. We have not, Rockstar. We have not mentioned V-Money 724 times.
That was the first time I've said her name.
Tell Scott that is a misrepresentation of the show.
724 if you got the commercial break.
I'm sorry, Rockstar. I'm sorry we made friends with a very nice girl that Ocean City, Maryland hired.
They did. They basically
literally hired her to come in.
Technically for 3 days, she's number 13.
Yeah. I mean, literally Ocean City, Maryland. She told us today, she's like, I've been hired to take care of you guys for 3 days. So, I
Lucky she didn't start last night.
Would have been a late night.
Yeah, she wouldn't have showed up today. She's like,
Rockstar,
I ain't putting up with these.
is the issue she's an attractive lady that we mentioned, or that we call her V-Money? What's the issue, Rockstar?
There was no issue. The issue was that V-Money was mentioned 50,000 times. That was the only issue. It doesn't have nothing to do with her at all. It's just the name. I was just thought it was just an observation that we should keep to ourselves. Sorry, we'll do it for the next back room. Your apology is accepted.
I love you guys. I love you contributing to the show. I like knowing what's going on in the back room. Gets me ready for the podcast.
I just burnt the shit out of my hill on that thing. My God. I think I left skin up there.
Our friends at Hydro Live, though, will get you rehydrated.
Look, I can't wait to get back on Saturday and then Sunday go in for an IV. Look, if you've never had the IV therapy before, trust me, it's not only great for the hangover and getting the hydration, it's also great for the immune system. But IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof, open 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. 2 locations, the new one in Hoover, the Grace, a corner of Highway 119 and Douglas Baker Boulevard. Also, Homewood location. Mention the next round at checkout. You're going to save 20% off any service. Again, mention next round at checkout. Save 20%. If you can't make it to Hydro Live, a nurse can actually come to you, place a business, or to your home. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hydro Life Therapy. You can also go online to see more information at hydrolifetherapy.com.
You guys don't know this, but I keep up with trends in the conversation in the chat room.
Right. I'm watching it.
Back room. Much more popular in the chat room than the front room is.
The back room.
We win the electoral elections. They win the popular vote.
Yeah. Now the back room dominates the chat room because they participate so much more. Scott and John and sometimes Rockstar and now Melton participate a lot more. I'm fine with it. I love the back room. I want everybody to know I love the back room. We got a little rivalry going. It's good. It's good, man. I love those guys.
Yeah,
Without Rockstar and Tyler and Melton and Lunsford and Scotty, what would we be? We'd be out there in a kayak. That's what we'd be.
Frolicking in the Atlantic.
Frolicking in the Bay or the Atlantic. One of the two.
So I know you worry about sharks when you get in the Gulf. Would you worry about sharks in the Atlantic?
Are they prolific around here, Lance?
More in the Atlantic, yeah.
Yeah. The difference is everybody's like, it's safer. I'm sure Keith and the fine folks, the tourism board, don't want to talk about
this. Yeah, but right out here by the hotel, it doesn't happen much.
They actually keep them away.
No, what I'm saying is there's a lot less beachgoers
Right.
in the Atlantic than what you get on the Gulf Coast. That's why there are more shark attacks. Now, the highest volume of shark attacks takes place on New Smyrna Beach, which is right off the coast of Jacksonville.
Yeah.
So it is on the Atlantic side.
Did you guys see who Nick Saban? I thought this was genius. Who he brought in as the speaker last night.
Yep, I did. I thought it was.
Did you see it done?
Genius too.
What?
Quick change from shark bites to the Charlie Hustle.
Did you see this? So, and I thought this was genius with everything that is going on in sports. Everything. What is the biggest, in your mind, in college and the NFL? Really, it's in both sports. What's the biggest issue right now?
Well, gambling's a huge issue.
It's massive. It's what's costing players games and seasons.
And you bring in one of the all-time best players in the history of Major League Baseball.
Who none of those guys probably even knew who he was, honestly.
Gambling ended his career.
That's right.
And it's killed his legacy.
Kept him out of the Hall of Fame.
He is more known. We were talking about who was the moment. They're more known for that moment.
Oh, the Kevin Brown, the Orioles announcer earlier. Is that who we were talking? We were talking about him earlier. How that was.
Yeah, no, there was something else a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you made a point.
Oh, God, Dunaway got mad about it. Who were we talking about, Dunaway? Oh, Robin Ventura.
Yeah.
And I said that Tim Anderson would be more known for this event than anything in his career.
I did not get mad about
It seemed you were angry.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
But will you guys give me?
I'm shocked by your ignorance.
Yeah.
The all-time hits leader. By the way, do you remember the club he was with when he broke it?
Pete Rose was with the Philadelphia Phillies.
Montreal Expos.
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
He was?
Yeah. But to have over 4,100 hits
I don't
and
think you're
not
right
be in
about
the Hall of Fame, I am right about that.
Okay.
He that's going to be his legacy. It's going to be
There's
the
no doubt.
gambling. So they brought him in. He's talking to the team about this. Half the team probably doesn't know who he is.
No, I guarantee you they all had to. When Coach Saban said, all right, guys, after practice tomorrow, we're going to meet back here in the team room. Former Major Leaguer Pete Rose is going to be here to talk about. They were like, who did he say?
Yeah. How about Nick sent the school jet to pick him up?
Yeah.
I bet, and probably $100,000.
Yeah, I mean, I bet Pete needs the money, but because he used to do 1 million autograph signings like every day in Las Vegas.
Yeah, what do you think he paid?
I don't know. I bet it was a pretty penny.
About $100,000 probably.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's worth every dime of it too.
No doubt.
You hope they listen. I mean, I hope that it didn't blow past them that this guy would be. I mean, you could argue Pete Rose would be the most celebrated living baseball player. Living. Now, Henry Aaron is, Willie Mays is still alive. One of the most celebrated living baseball players that we have, right? Celebrated. Like, they would bring Pete Rose back to World Series and All-Star games and Cincinnati Reds games and just celebrate this guy. But he's a pariah because of a series of bad decisions. And my gosh, I hope those players listen to that.
Well, it should be an easy lesson. I mean, you just look around at the guys that have ruined a career like Hunter Deckers and guys that have been suspended in the NFL like Calvin Ridley.
But again, I say
Jameson
we're
Williams.
getting guys suspended right now that we're betting on the NFL while Calvin Ridley was sitting out a single season suspension. I don't know that you can educate those guys.
Well, you give
that should have been the greatest education there is. Oh, wow.
Pete, I'm sure he's probably going to say, look, I was recognized at one time as the best baseball player on the planet. I'm never going to go to Cooperstown, which was a dream of mine because of bad decisions I made. And then if you're Saban, you throw up a graphic that shows money that Calvin Ridley has lost, money that Jameson Williams will lose. And it just doesn't make any sense for college football players that are putting, on average for Hunter Decker, $8 a game.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And I applaud, Nick Saban, and I hope Pete Rose was very strong in his message. I guess that's his message everywhere. I guess when you call Pete Rose in, he addresses this, right? It's the elephant in the room if he doesn't.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I don't think you have him in just to talk about his career. You have him in to tell guys, listen, there are rules against gambling on sports for you, on football for the NFL. Don't do it. It is not worth it. I tried it, and look at me now. I'm having to go sign autographs every day at a casino in Vegas. And I thank God your coach was willing to give me $100,000 and fly me in here because I needed that to make ends meet.
If we could go in reverse 2 weeks, I would reach out to Pete Rose and say, hey, look, we've got a connection with almost every athletic department in the Power Five.
Yeah.
And we can get you speaking engagements for $50,000 per. We just want our
5%.
5%.
10%. Yeah.
And I bet he would have done it.
And I don't know how many of these he's done. I have not seen him do any others, but Alabama promotes this. But I imagine now there will be a lot of schools that saw him do this and are like, it's not the worst idea in the world. Nick Saban's right. This is a good way to address this.
Weigh in later today from the 50th White Marlin Open here at Ocean City. That includes Warren Sapp, Michael Jordan, and other great athletes who are out on the water today. The boats go out 4 to 6 a.m. And they're out all day fishing. Then the weigh-in is near sunset, so it's an all-day affair. Over 400 boats in the nation's largest White Marlin Open over here in Ocean City, which is why we're in town. The show being brought to you by Way to Wellness. In the next segment, LT will give us 4 downs. One more thing to tell you about in this segment, though. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Whether it's traveling on vacation or maybe you get back into a work schedule or school schedule in the fall and your blood pressure starts to go up, your cholesterol starts to go up, your weight gain is rising. That's when Weight to Wellness can help jumpstart weight loss or get those all other numbers in line. All you have to do to check out Leslie and her board-certified team and the process they have at Weight to Wellness is go to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and that first consultation is absolutely free. Great crew over there. It is Way to Wellness, the website, aplanforme.com. LT, it happened yesterday for Oregon. They got four-star cornerback, a corner, Dakota Fields, flipped him from USC. The reason why? He's from the state of California. He liked Oregon before, but was afraid about the future of Oregon in the Pac-12, liked that USC was going to the Big Ten. Then what happened last week? Oregon went to the Big Ten. So he is like, goodbye USC, hello Oregon.
The reason Lincoln Riley, Mike Bone, they didn't want anybody else from the Pac-12 coming into the Big Ten.
And I've heard a lot about that, and we're seeing it quicker.
Yeah, they wanted that recruiting footprint. I saw the speculation that's the reason he flipped. I never saw like a comment from him.
Well, that was just speculation. I don't have a quote.
Yeah, but no, I mean, this was USC's greatest fear. Is like, we were unequivocally the dominant brand from the Big Ten on the West Coast. And they were always going to battle UCLA no matter what. But when Oregon and Washington came in, all of a sudden, I can play there and still play in the Big Ten. And it's easier for me to go to Oregon. I don't know where this guy's from. Where's he from, did you say? California. Now, I don't know how close it is to Oregon, but I got options now. I didn't have as many options before.
Before we go to break, LT's got 4 downs next. We passed a landmark in credit card debt in America yesterday. Did we pass $500 million in credit card debt?
Nope.
$750 million?
Nope.
$1 billion?
Keep going.
$5 billion?
Nope.
$100 billion?
Keep moving.
Right.
$200 billion? $500 billion?
I think you're going to need a T in this, not little T.
For the first time ever, Americans have $1 trillion in credit card debt. $1 trillion in credit card debt. We officially passed that mark yesterday.
I'm not really surprised at that. Are you? I mean, it's a big number.
Well, here's the problem.
How many
catch
people?
kids? I was fortunate that I did not get a credit card until I was 27
I
years
got
old.
one in college, and it was a bad decision for me.
But do the math. How many people are in America?
350 million.
Yeah.
350 million. So,
I mean, it doesn't take that hard to get to $1 trillion.
Yeah, but I mean, how much is? I mean, do the math for me, LT. How many people have to have? What's the average credit card?
So it'd be $33 a piece.
That gets you to $1 billion.
Yeah, well, that gets you to $1 billion.
I think.
I
Is
don't think
Lunsford Rockstar? Is Lunsford at his station there?
Is he engaged?
I am engaged. No, I'm married actually.
No,
$3,000.
3 times that would be $1 billion.
All right, Lunsford.
I think it's 33.
350 billion people to get to $1 trillion is how much per person?
$2,857.14.
That's $2,800.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not that crazy.
But that's if every person in America has $2,800 in credit card debt.
But the average household is 4 people, so now you're talking 10 grand. That is not that's not like a crazy amount of credit card debt. It's 10 grand.
$10,000 in credit card debt.
It's not
a lot.
It's not crazy.
What do you think?
I mean, I don't carry credit card debt, but
so 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck.
Right.
What percent do you think are in credit card debt? The 60%?
Oh, easy. It's more than 60%. But I mean, like, so I use my credit card for everything, and then I pay it off weekly. So I mean, like, there's sometimes, like, if the credit bureau reported at a certain time, there might be $3,000 on my credit card just because I hadn't gotten around to paying it off that week. Like, I don't carry it month to month. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
I don't carry it month to month and pay the interest. I pay it off before the due date. But like, my wife buys groceries, I buy gas, pay at restaurants, I do everything on a credit card to get points, and then I just pay it off out of my bank account. I make the transfer to my bank account. But if my credit card reports to the credit bureau on the 11th of August, it might say that I got $3,500 on there, and I might pay it off tomorrow. It's going to be zero tomorrow. So that's what you've got to factor in too, is that is a look of, now they may say month to month. I don't know how they qualify this.
I would say that it's past due.
It may be past due. I don't know.
People are actually paying interest
just the minimum
on it.
or paying interest on it. Yeah, and that may be the way it's done. But I'm saying there's times you could look at me and say, wow, you got a lot of credit card debt. Well, tomorrow I'm paying it off. I do it every month or every week.
But it's got to be tempting for some people, because I've got a Visa that I just use for like DirecTV, T-Mobile, things like that. And they'll send the bill, and every now and then there'll be some other charges on there, but it'll be like the payment in full is this, or you can pay the minimum of $25. And I'm sure if somebody's having a bad month, they send in the $25, and that's where it starts.
That's what the credit card company wants you to do.
That's why I would say get American Express, because you got no options.
Yeah.
So this is where I'll let you know that with $1 trillion in American credit card debt, if you pay the minimum payment, you'll pay all that off in 2733.
Ouch. Oh, we're going to be in Venus by the. Hey, this is not a bold prediction. There is no chance we'll be around. Not us. This whole thing in 2733.
This whole thing?
Yeah.
That's one of those predictions you'll never be proven wrong.
Right.
It's going to be long gone.
That is your happy beach thought of the day from Lance Taylor right there.
You know what? Everybody listening doesn't really care.
Brought to you in part today by our friends at Gutter Cap. We'll do the 4 downs on the other side. Gutter Cap covers all 4 corners of your house with that great cap gutter.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do. I mean, feel the heat here. We got a breeze, but getting on a roof with those shingles, the heat up there, it's dirty, it's dangerous. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the call that I made decades ago, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. Chris Stewart will come out, give you an absolutely free estimate. You've got nothing to lose. Find out if Gutter Cap is right for you, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. Football season is here and home buying season is as well. Let Holly Mack Wilson coach you through the stressful home buying process. From the first quarter to the end of the game, you will be the center of her attention. Holly Mack Wilson will guard your money, ensuring you get the best deal possible. In the end, you will touch down in the home of your dreams. She will intercept bad offers and she will never fumble the ball when it comes to your money and your dream home. If you use Holly Mack Wilson's home buying skills, you will be running back to the bank with all the money she has saved you. Now you may think, what a bunch of goofy play on words. But with Holly Mack Wilson, selling your home and getting into your dream home is no joke. She is a true professional and is the realtor you can trust. That's why she sold 70 homes last year and has certifications in negotiation and the buying and selling process. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or look her up online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, you're anywhere in Alabama. Keller Williams Realtor Coach. Play ball.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you, one more segment to go here in this half hour.
Yeah, we got a little bit more, Jim.
Yeah,
right through.
It's the final hour is what I'm trying to say
It
here.
is.
The show is being brought to you in part today by our friends at Slice. Slice brings you 4 downs, and then we'll get some of the chat room comments.
What's going on?
Oh,
What are
lost
you
my
missing?
sunglasses for a second.
Oh no, I can't do that.
Oh no, these Ray-Bans have been with me. You know how long I've had these Ray-Bans right here?
Those are from Risky Business. Is that what he wore in Risky Business?
No. I got these for Christmas back when we were watching a TV show on HBO right before we went to the city that the HBO show was based in to cover Alabama playing in a national championship game.
It was on Showtime, and
Yeah.
it was Magic City. Or was it Cinemax? Do you remember Showtime or Cinemax?
You didn't like
Stars.
Stars. It
No,
was
it was. Yeah, I thought you punched out. It only did it 2 seasons, but I like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I liked it too.
they punched out.
The only thing I did, that's right, he didn't come back for season 3. I didn't like the creepy guy who had a floor see-through ceiling. that
Watched
he'd
his
watch
wife bang people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was I think the final episode or
Guess
one of
what?
them.
Guess what won't make it back to Birmingham?
These sunglasses?
Yep.
Why? Because
I
Jim just put it out.
I've had them since 2012.
If you traded Jalen Waddle's ACL for those sunglasses, I'm going to be pissed. If that's your punishment for doing that.
Tell us about Slice, and we'll jump into your 4 downs.
4 great locations for you. The original Lakeview, one of Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. It's local pizza, local ingredients, run by the Pajaya brothers. Get in, tell them the next round sent you. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
You know, we haven't gotten into this, but Alabama's got 13 of the top 100 players in the NFL voted by NFL players themselves. So this is, to me, a really credible poll outside of the fact that Matt Stafford was not one of the top 100.
You also didn't like that Jalen Hurts was higher than
Yeah,
Aaron.
do you count him as Alabama or Oklahoma?
Let me finish it.
Oh,
Jalen
God,
Hurts
sorry.
was higher than Aaron Donald, which is what bothered him.
No, it's just I think it's a little premature to say that Jalen Hurts is the 3rd best player in the NFL according to a player survey. And by the way, wasn't ranked last year.
Yeah.
So
had a pretty good year last year,
Yeah,
according to the players.
So my question is more total touchdowns.
Quick time out. Look at the sunburn on that dude.
Oh, I saw it. He misapplied his sunscreen.
Oh, the dude with the tats.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
right
he
on the
missed
side.
he
Look.
missed a huge section of his gut on sunscreen.
I was going to ask you guys,
Right, this flank area
Yeah,
right here.
bad.
what is pool beach etiquette? Do you tell somebody, hey man, you're really burning back?
No, he's already burning. He knows it. He just missed sunscreen one day on a certain spot.
This is why you need a rash guard. I brought 2.
All right.
I'll
I
be
didn't bring
throwing
any.
one on later because I've got enough sun today and I get plenty of sun.
I didn't bring in.
And we've
Hey,
got
build that ground ball for them.
We've got rash guards.
Oh.
That means I'd have to get up. Got rash guards in the seafoam green and the light blue, and I
Right.
brought both. But you can get them in the store right now.
Good job.
Here comes another drink
From Victoria.
Thank you so much, Victoria.
Thank you, Victoria.
What is that,
Victoria?
Victoria?
A mango daiquiri.
Oh, I hate to be that guy.
But you would
But
like
can I
one
have
too?
a mango daiquiri?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm good. Thank you,
Hey,
Victoria.
the guys back in the back room, they're big fans of you. Can you look in the camera and tell them hello?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just wave.
Just
Everyone
call them
say
a
hello to
couple
Victoria.
dicks.
Just wave at them. Wave at them right
They
there.
like your name, your moniker.
Yeah, Victoria. We can't call you that. I'm sorry. They're on.
They were keeping account of how many times we said V Money, so
Yes.
it's Victoria the rest of the
Can
week.
you, can you tell her Victoria V Money, Victoria V Money, Victoria V Money? That has nothing to do with Victoria V Money. It has nothing to do with her.
Yeah,
You know, it's
just a total mention, so we cannot reference her again.
I'm
so let's
so
give her one
sorry.
final thank you
I
when
am
she comes
so
back with
sorry
Dunaway's
that
drink.
It's good to know bartenders when you're younger,
right?
Because they're gonna hit you hard, and they've already started hitting me hard. I don't need that. Like, pour me what you normally pour.
Right.
So they've been really strong for you already?
They're getting stronger.
So you're a little buzzed?
No, I'm fine. I'm just saying you can really. It's got a kick.
Okay, so
But it's good.
my apologies, sunburn, and then Victoria got us off of track. Now do first down again.
So back to Jalen Hurts. More total touchdowns this year. Jalen Hurts or all of Alabama's quarterbacks combined?
I would go all of Alabama's quarterbacks combined. I have heard my intel from the Alabama. I meant to mention this yesterday. Oh, we got to get Lance's thoughts on Nick Saban's house too. I missed
One
that
at a
too.
time, yeah. I've got the show planned out. That's
yeah.
the final segment of Nick Saban's house.
Okay.
Hey, I don't have that, by the way, but I'll find it.
Yeah.
What?
You have some
You
stuff
said
to
you had
memory.
some thoughts on it.
Oh, I did last week.
I mean, did you forget them?
No, like I said, I will re-pull it.
Oh, okay. So anyway,
So I just don't need to do it on the fly like you wanted me to. Then.
Oh, so my intel from Alabama is that so far, Tyler Buckner is protecting the ball better than anyone, and that with all of the things being equal, Nick Saban is going to pick the guy that protects the football, right? I mean, if everything else is equal. Now, I'm not saying everything's equal between Tyler Buckner and Jalen Milroe and Ty Simpson. I don't know that to be factual, but I am saying that the what I've been told is early on in practices and scrimmages, Tyler Buckner has been best at protecting the football. Now, he's obviously a little bit behind, perhaps, in winning the locker room. He's pretty new to this, right?
Right.
But Tommy Rees knows him and is comfortable with him. And you know how comfortable Nick Saban will be with a guy that protects the football better. So that's all I'm saying right there.
Well, with Alabama quarterbacks, you don't have to worry about injury because you're getting the entirety of
I mean,
Alabama
you've got a
quarterbacks.
deep room. I don't know if how good any of them are really as a starter, but it's a deep room.
Would you go Alabama quarterbacks?
I don't know. I won't go a stake bet on it because I don't know if I can figure out which is the better side for me. I would tell you that Alabama is going to run the ball in more than they have in years past. So that's going to take down that number a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that Alabama's touchdowns are going to drop dramatically based on new clock.
Style of play, yeah.
Style of play, the emphasis on running the football, and unproven quarterback, and still unproven receivers.
Yeah, I think those are all fair points.
So, and I think Jalen Hurts will be over 1,000 yards rushing and probably 10 to 15 rushing touchdowns with probably 25 to 30 passes.
I mean, when it's first and goal inside the 5, he's
Can't
such a
stop him.
threat. He's
Yeah.
such a threat. And they're the team that has that diamond quarterback sneak
Can't
that gets
stop
2 or
it.
3 yards.
Yeah,
It's 100%
It
conversion.
is. It is until they change the rule on that. If they ever do, you're not stopping it.
Second down.
I don't even know who ended up picking them.
Whitney Houston would have been 60 years old.
So talented, man. What I mean, would you say, Rockstar? I trust your music acumen. Best female voice we've ever had, Whitney.
She was one of a kind. She was a fantastic singer. One of the best interviews I saw. She had an interview with somebody with her and Bobby Brown saying, "You spent over $20 million in cocaine." Her response was, "Show me the receipts." That was in a national interview.
Bobby Brown ruined her.
Yeah, he did.
No, I didn't. It's like, okay,
No,
only
show-
if you can prove it.
Yeah, show me the receipts. Tell me I spent that much money on cocaine.
No, I would.
Can you imagine the coke slinger pulling out that receipt book like they use at restaurants and he writes, okay?
I mean, but I did like her voice, but I don't know if I'd say best voice.
I mean, Adele's up there.
Yeah, but
I think
like
Mariah Carey in her heyday.
I agree. I like Aretha Franklin back in the day was really good. God, there's a lady that I think sings gospel music from back in the 60s. But I can't remember her name. She has an amazing voice too. So there's been a lot of wonderful females.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I cannot say her name.
Me either.
But I know who you're talking about. I think Whitney's in that group, though. Anyway.
Oh, she's in that group. Yeah. I don't think I could pick a winner out of
Better
that group.
career, Whitney or the Houston Oilers?
Both are gone. Yes.
God rest their souls. Well, the Houston Oilers never won a Super Bowl. They never won an AFC. They were in an AFC championship game, right?
They were one of the best teams in the AFL before the merger.
Yep.
They were a tease job for Houston fans. Remember, it was the House of Pain?
Those
were really good teams that could never get over
but they got good when Pittsburgh was really good. That was their problem, right? They always had to go through the Steelers.
I think it was 79 and 80 or 78 and 79. And both outs were Pittsburgh in their same division back then.
Oh, really? I'd forgotten about that. Yeah.
But they also lost in the playoffs to them. That was the Love You Blue Astrodome days. But to your point, LT, they were good again with Warren Moon.
Yeah, Warren Moon and Ernest Givens. Was that the receiver?
Yep.
Ernest Givens, Warren Moon.
And they blew that lead against Buffalo that probably could have won a Super Bowl. That team could have.
Yep. Would have had to play the Dolphins because that's who the Dolphins ended up playing was Buffalo. Would have had to play the Dolphins the next round. I don't know how that would have gone. We keeping you up, Jim?
So I think
I would go Whitney Houston.
Whitney Houston, a long way, I think. Yes.
I think I would go also Whitney Houston.
Because Whitney Houston has been to some number ones, and I know we don't put that equal to Super Bowls, but
you remember the dude that had the wreck? He was a pretty good defensive end and ended up pulling a shotgun out after the wreck had killed his buddy. And
Brazil?
He shot himself. It was not Robert Brazil. Do you not remember that story?
I don't remember that story as much.
And Del Greco told me
Thank
the
you,
true
ma'am.
backstory on the story.
Yes.
Thank you.
My gosh.
Thank you.
How good does that look?
Fantastic. What is that again?
It's a mango daiquiri.
Mango daiquiri. Yeah.
Made with real mangoes.
All right.
Third
Final
down.
thank you.
Deion Sanders, 56 years old. Who gets to a college football playoff first? Deion Sanders or Hugh Freeze?
I will go Hugh Freeze in a 12-team playoff because the 12 team starts next year. I think Auburn can be improved this year. I agree with Lance. Next year is the year to watch for them. I think Hugh Freeze can get some of that second-year magic, and you're going to have a 12-team playoff. I think Colorado is a very, very long way away from making a 12-team playoff, but I think Deion could potentially do it at another program.
Well, here's the thing with Colorado. Deion, if there's any improvement this year, which there should be just on talent,
right?
he can completely flip the roster again next year, and you're going to the Big 12. And to me, it could be Kansas State. It could be Utah. But the Big 12, it could be BYU. The Big 12 is going to be wide open. And so if he gets the right players, and if his kid's that good at quarterback, who knows? Maybe next year they can win the Big 12.
Yeah, maybe so. You know what?
But I'm going to go Hugh.
You know what's funny? I randomly saw last night on Twitter, or it might have been on TikTok. TikTok or Twitter, one of the two, was Deion Sanders' first professional touchdown. Do you remember it? I think it was his first professional touchdown.
Was it a punt return or kickoff?
Punt return against your Rams.
Yeah.
You remember it? He fumbled.
I remember him doing it a couple of times.
Yeah, he fumbled the punt return, or he fumbled the punt, and scooped it up off the ground, and like 20 Rams missed a tackle. And then he high steps it into the end zone at Fulton County Stadium, sets the place on fire. But against your, I think it was his first pro touchdown against your Rams.
Okay, yeah. So we're all going.
Yeah, I go Hugh Freeze. Yeah.
Hugh Freeze.
4th down.
Sam Elliott, 79 years old.
I like some Sam Elliott.
I do too. I've met him one time. I think I've told you guys that story. Super nice guy. Better Sam Elliott film, Roadhouse or Tombstone?
I have not seen Roadhouse, which I think would maybe not surprise anyone. I don't know anymore. I would go Tombstone. Love Tombstone. Now, I wasn't crazy about his role in Tombstone, but it's a better movie.
Tombstone for me as well.
See, I would go Roadhouse just for this simple fact.
You think it's a better movie, or you think Sam Elliott was better?
No, I just knew Roadhouse had a cheese element going in.
Right.
And I think Tombstone gets overplayed.
You mean it's on too much?
Yeah,
or what?
no. I don't think it's a classic Western like most people think.
Wow. No, I really do.
I would rather, if I had to watch one of the two, because again, I know what I'm getting into.
Yeah.
And the Sam Elliott character is so good in Roadhouse.
That is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Slice. I think 2 more segments to go, correct?
That is correct, Jim.
2 more segments to go here in the final 22 minutes of the show. Tell us about our friends at Slice.
$75 carry-out special every single night. You get the 12 wings. You get 2 of the specialty pizzas, half pan of salad, only $75. Available at all 4 locations: Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
All right. When we come back, a little bit more NFL before we start the first full week of exhibition play. And then LT's thoughts on Nick Saban's new house in the final segment. Those are the final 2 segments from Ocean City Residence Inn Marriott right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the Ivy League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
As part of the show brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Before LT tells us about those fine folks, the ACC, the discussion came out yesterday from folks like Adam Rittenberg that SMU has now become a team of interest by the Atlantic Coast Conference. To be honest with you, SMU, a much more attractive organization, football, basketball program, town, than either Cal or Stanford combined, in my opinion.
I would agree. Cal does not move the needle for me very much. I have at least seen Stanford be good in both sports.
Yeah, the Stanford athletic department is much better than SMU.
It is, but, you know, I mean, you start factoring in things like cost of travel, you know, the Dallas television market. Do you think SMU moves the needle more in Dallas than Cal and Stanford do in San Francisco, San Jose,
Yes,
Oakland?
I
do
do
too.
Probably.
Yes. And some really good boosters that could move SMU
Yeah.
back to prominence. So, yeah, I would love an SMU. Problem is, I don't know who you would get with that. You know, ideally,
You're like a travel partner, you mean?
They would, yeah, they would never do this. They would never do this. But if the Big 12 and the ACC were smart, they would let Washington State, Oregon State, Cal, and Stanford go into the Big 12 and give the ACC back SMU, UCF, Cincinnati, and West Virginia.
Oh, so the Big 12 would trade the remaining Pac-12 schools for who?
They would take Cal, Stanford, Oregon State, and Washington State and take SMU and the ACC and give the Big 12 would give to the ACC, UCF, Cincinnati, and West Virginia.
It does make a lot more sense in the ACC. Yeah. I mean, that would geographically would make more sense.
Because in the ACC, you'd have Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, West Virginia, Pittsburgh, Louisville, and all those teams. UCF.
Florida State.
Yep.
And it would seem that probably monetarily there wouldn't be a huge difference there. I mean, I don't know that TV contracts that changes the calculus any really.
Which NFL exhibition game are you most looking forward to? Not from the Lance's lock standpoint,
but the Rams Chargers.
Yeah, Dolphins, Falcons. All right, we get past that.
I want to see some Stetson Bennett.
But who are you seriously looking?
Is he going to start? So is he starting the preseason game, Stetson?
Who are you seriously looking like? Do you want to see Bryce for a little bit, or do you not think we'll get Bryce?
I want to see Bryce. I want to see CJ. Both of those guys are going to start this week. I think Bryce is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, you're in on Bryce Young this year.
What do you do on Aaron Rodgers?
I think he'll be more remembered. He won a Heisman. He'll be more remembered for his NFL career.
Wow,
then
that's a big statement.
That is a big statement. What do you think of Aaron Rodgers? What do you do if you're the Jets? How much do you let him play this preseason?
I mean, I let him play a quarter. I think you got to.
One quarter in one game? Because he didn't play in the last.
No, I know he didn't play at all.
Yeah.
Trust me.
So they got two more.
That.
They've got the bonus game.
Yeah, I would. I'd let him play a couple of quarters, one quarter in each.
Did he ever? He never played preseason at Green Bay, did he?
No,
I don't think so.
Yeah, so I don't know that you'll see him. He went to
not recently, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, as his career advanced at Green Bay, he did not play preseason. So you wonder if you might get the LaDainian Tomlinson treatment. You know, he never played preseason games at San Diego. It was always fine for the Chargers when the season started.
All right, one more quick break here, and then we'll wrap up the show with LT's thoughts on the Nick Saban house down in the state of Florida, 17 million plus. And how it spurned a conversation, at least in LT's head, about what the immediate future holds for the greatest coach in college football history. Show being brought to you by our friends at A+. A+ for what Nick Saban has done in his career, and A+ for what they've done in your home.
Absolutely. Both my house and Lance's house. So my wife and I bought our house back in 2015. And one of the things we weren't crazy about was the master bath. It was we kind of like a darker bath, and it was a little lighter. Wasn't a terrible bath by any stretch, but we weren't crazy about it, so we want to get it changed. You know, like everything, you kick the can down the road, you spend that money elsewhere. And finally, my wife said, hey, listen, we're going to do it this year. So Jennifer scoured the internet.
Let's do it.
She did say that, Jim. She scoured the internet. She looked for good contractors, people to use those contractors, reached out, talked to a lot of people. She picked Brad Bell, and I am so glad she did. A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. Brad's number is 205-422-1758, 205-422-1758. He took our vision, what we wanted out of a master bath, and that's what he did. He didn't try to come in and say, no, here's what you need to do. He did what we wanted done. He does master bath and kitchen. When you sell a house, that's where you're going to make your money back. Master bath and kitchen. Lance has used him on his master bath. I've used him on mine. We could not be happier. Here is the number for Brad. 205-422-1758. 205-422-1758. A-plus Tile Home Remodeling anywhere in Alabama. I was asked the other day, can he do Montgomery? Absolutely, he can do Montgomery. Call Brad now, 205-422-1758.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
It's time for back to school again. Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and we have all the New Balance shoes and apparel your kids need to keep them at their best this fall. We have the largest selection of New Balance shoes in Birmingham, including all the newest styles, and our fit specialists are trained in measuring growing feet. So here at the New Balance store, they'll get the perfect fit every time. Get ready for back to school now by shopping with us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on the next round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Our friends at Hemphill bringing, sorry, I got a little mango daiquiri in my throat.
Boy, I mean, if I had $1 for every time I've said that.
First world problem.
Yeah.
It's so good. Mine's gone. Yours gone?
Yep.
Oh, so good. So good there. I texted Little T and Kelsey back in the command center.
Are they jealous?
Well, they got their pizza, so they probably weren't able to get back to you.
But I texted them. I said, you know, because we took the virtually, you know, except for the people who had to stay back, you know, like Rockstar from SEC Media Days. So many of us were in Nashville, and that was so awesome to be able to hang out with everybody and see everybody. And, you know, I just let them know I was missing them. And that the best part so far has been the frozen drinks.
Oh, Kelsey and Taylor would have loved this.
I love how you're already missing them. You literally saw them less than 24 hours ago.
I did, but I like them, unlike you.
He's just saying that to try to butter them up.
Oh, I know,
Yeah.
Lance. I'm aware of how this game is
They're
played.
both rolling their eyes right
Yes,
now.
I know they are.
Yeah, part of the show brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. I think I'm the sincere one on the show. Tell us about Hemp Hill.
Oh, I'm sincere, good or bad.
Sincerely, the best plumbers in the area.
Summer weather, we feel it right here. It's here. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering that 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
I don't want to go LeBron on you, but Tuscaloosa House, Lake Burton House, and now the one in Jupiter, Florida. He's counting them up. Nick Saban does. What do you make of the third house?
Yeah, you were teasing this earlier.
Yeah, I really believe that this is his destination home. I think he will keep those other properties because I think he does love Tuscaloosa.
Destination sounds like a fancy word for retirement.
Yeah,
a retirement home.
You don't spend $17.5 million on a home that you're not going to use that much.
It's not an investment.
You just don't.
Oh no, that is an investment home there. I mean, I'm not saying he's buying it for an investment, but
So
he will have no issue unloading that for what he paid for it or more.
Oh
yeah, in that area, yeah,
possibly. It's on Jupiter Island.
It's on Jupiter Island.
Greg
That is
Norman's there.
one of the wealthiest zip codes.
Gary
in the world.
Player, Celine Dion, Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
He's neighbors with all those now. But it's 6,200 square feet. It was built in 1992, but it was renovated in 2016.
He needs to call Brad Bell.
And look, it's got a floating staircase, which I've always wanted. It's got floor to ceiling glass all over the place.
Like a floating staircase, like sometimes it takes you to the second floor, sometimes to the third floor.
It's
for those of us that grew up in a trailer park, what's a floating?
Yeah.
What's a
Floating staircase floating staircase is basically a staircase that looks like it doesn't really have structure around it. It looks like literally like a floating staircase.
It's like this.
No handrails?
You've seen
No,
them.
there are handrails.
You've
It's
seen
like
them before.
the stairs are anchored into a central point.
It's very modern, and
So
you guys
that-
know I love the modern look.
Yeah, you do. So that you don't see like all the support and all that. The support of the stair is hidden, so it appears as if, to the untrained eye, the trailer park eye, that it is floating in midair.
But
when in fact
he
it is
paid
not.
$17.5 million for this. Again, fully renovated in 2016. I bet his upkeep is between 10 and 15,000 a month.
Right.
This is going to be the place he retires.
But
in my
you
opinion.
seem to indicate earlier you feel like it's going to be very soon because
I
of
think
this
it will be
purchase.
after this year.
Oh, you think it's it for him? Swan song. Boy, a lot of
First
people.
time I've ever predicted
I
it.
know, but you're not the first one to ever predict it. This
Yeah.
is the first time you've ever
First
done
time I've ever done it. I feel like it's going to be a great season in Tuscaloosa, especially if quarterback is right.
it. Not win the national championship though.
They will be in the mix in November, though. And I think with NIL transfer portal, you got to have Pete Rose coming in to tell these kids not to gamble. I mean, it's just so much shit that he just doesn't need to deal with. I know he loves it, and people will say, what's he going to do? Well, I've heard from grandparents, thank God I'm not a grandparent, but I've heard from grandparents that it is more fulfilling keeping up with the grandkids than their actual kids. And I think
yeah.
he's kind of like that right now.
Dunaway, here's the conundrum. I was explaining this because a buddy of mine, huge Alabama fan.
Can I make one quick point
Please
about
do.
the Jupiter home real quick? Isn't this where they have a lot of great golf courses?
A ton of them.
Right there.
You mentioned Michael Jordan. Grove 23, I think is the name of it, is his course there. There was basically Michael Jordan built a course that is kind of made for gambling, and the final 3 holes fit his game. So that if he's got a tight game going into the last 3, he's built those holes to fit the way he plays the game. I mean, that's next level right there. But yeah, I mean, there's tons of the Medalist is there.
Is the course where
Seminole is there.
Remember out of the pandemic when they played that first,
Seminole.
That was the first.
You were talking about Wolf. I can't remember who. DeChambeau, I think, was in it.
Tiger was in it too, right?
I don't know. Anyway, Seminole is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's in Jupiter. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the historic course that is there. They got a lot of new ones. Half the PGA Tour lives there. I mean, it is the place to go.
So his love for golf.
Oh, he can feed the beast there now. It ain't cheap. I mean, he's gonna have to belly up to get in some of those courses, but he's got the money.
I mean, if you have the best high school recruit in the nation, do you bring him down to play a round of golf?
Most of them probably don't play, but if I did, I would. But here's my point. And this is the conundrum. When my buddy called me and said he believed the same thing Lance believed. So my friend David, massive golfer, big Alabama fan. He's like, "Did you see Nick Saban bought the house at Jupiter?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Brownie, I think it's it for him." He said the same thing Les was saying. He goes, "You don't buy a house at Jupiter not to retire there." The conundrum these coaches face, and Nick Saban is not alone in this, it's all of it. This is going to face Kirby Smart one day. The schedule now is so hard to keep up with. They never stop, ever. Like they're always recruiting. They're always mining the transfer portal. They're always worrying about their guys getting in the transfer portal. They're always working on NIL. There's no break anymore. Used to, coaches could get away for a little bit. They can't anymore. It never stops. 2 signing days every year. Never stops. So that's what they face now, is having to deal with that stuff. So you would say that's what's going to drive you out of the game. But those coaches feed on working all that time. So it's the weird paradox that all the time you have to work is what drives you out of the game. Yet once you get out of the game, now you got all this time on your hand that you never had, and you don't know how to feel it. And you're immediately going to say, go play golf every day, take a nap, go lay out by the pool. But that's not how those guys are wired.
Well, you say that. There's a 40,000-pound boat lift at this property. He loves to boat.
Yeah, but
the ocean is a different animal.
It is. You can't do that 15 hours a day, though.
But you've got golf. You've got a 6-bedroom palace that you can rotate your kids, grandkids, friends in.
But those things don't fulfill you. That's
and you
the
can still work for ESPN and have college football.
But none of that,
weeks a
Dunaway,
year.
none of that fulfills you. What do you think fulfills Nick Saban? You know him better than anybody on this set.
A team that's torn down every year and then being pieced back together one piece at a time.
Yep.
He loves the offseason and then building this team, bringing it together. The games are like last of the things he enjoys to do.
The minute he retires, that's over. And there's nothing you can do to replicate it.
Yeah.
Nothing.
There isn't. And one more minute to go in the show. I would say this, though. It's an odd – I mean, I'm not saying either one is right, whether he's staying or not staying. But it's an odd time to walk away because since he got Alabama good in 2008, when would he have missed a 12-team playoff? I don't know if he would have.
10 would have been borderline, but I still think they're in.
Yeah, they're in.
Yeah.
12, they're in.
I don't know if they would have.
13, they're in.
13, easy.
Yeah. So it seems like a weird time to be walking away.
I agree.
When not that your job has gotten easier, but it seems like it's a little bit more easier to get a little fulfillment out of it
He's
being
in
at the
his
playoffs.
70s now.
I know.
71, yeah.
Sooner or later.
He's a driven man, though, and it's hard to find that.
Yeah, sooner or later, even if you're 51 or 41 or 31.
Comes for us all.
Comes for us all. That's the show today, man. Thank you to the Residence Inn Marriott Ocean City. Just a wonderful place. We've fallen in love with it in the, we've been here
I hadn't even seen
12
the property.
hours.
I've seen my room. My room is awesome.
12 hours. We've seen the pool. We've seen the bay. We're going to see the rest of it. Follow us on all of our social media platforms. We're going to be kicking stuff to Taylor all night long, and I'm sure she's happy about that until the wee hours of the morning, and
The
she'll be
queen of
sending it out.
content.
Yeah, she's waiting on us to pump stuff to her. We'll be doing that throughout the day. Thanks to Keith, thanks to V-Money, and everyone here on site that helped us out with the tech crew. Our technical problems early on, we apologize for that, but thank you for bearing with us. For everyone here, until next time, God bless you and God bless America.